Okie dokie. Oh shit, I haven't even done 16 yet. Oopsies. Lecture 16. Distributive justice. Who deserves what? What do I put for the other ones? Lecture? Okay. Lecture 16 self-test. Do I do it normally as one word? Like this, I guess? Okie dokie. I need this here, and I need to underline this.
Some people oppose inheritance.
Is that me? Why? Does it all sound like that? I need someone who talks. Wow, it's all music. Nice. Okay, so it doesn't sound like that everywhere. I don't know why it's doing that.
Oppose inherit.
What the fuck? Why? What did this bitch say on my motherfucking discussion? What do you mean we can manufacture goods in America? How? Everything we truly need is already here, and it's a choice to keep improving, and creating things we don't actually need. We could choose to clean the toxins from our earth and go back to farming on large and residential small scales here in America, because we have everything we need to do it. The downfall of our society and the boom race. Okay, kill yourself. I don't care. Please, don't be weird.
Some people oppose inheritance.
This lecture video is not like that, is it?
The least well off. Schools.
Okay, that's weird.
On the grounds that wealthy parents should be able, when they die, to leave their money and possessions to their children if they wish. Others favor inheritance taxes on the grounds that it is unfair for some children to start out life with substantially more resources than others.
So the scenario is,
what do you think?
Some people
Are steep inheritance taxes on the wealthy just or unjust?
Are entirely opposed to, was it inheritance taxes on the grounds of wealthy? Because of the belief that wealthy parents, when they die, should be able to leave their money and possessions to their children. If they wish. However, on the contrary, pal. I think I'm pretty okay with... I don't know about the word steep. Hold on. I feel uncomfortable personally with the caveat of steep. And I am generally in favor of the ability to tax people on their inheritance. Like, I mean, it's basically like a lottery, right? Like, you didn't really earn it. And I would imagine it would obviously scale the amount of money that's taxed dependent on the tax bracket and how much is within that tax bracket, so... Plus, there's no guarantee that that person is going to invest those resources back into the society in a beneficial way, so I can see that being the like an argument for that. How do you do on oh, okay. I'll do earn. Didn't necessarily do anything to earn that inheritance, that income, I guess. How do you spell precedent? I think I'm retarded. Holy shit. Precedent? Precedent? Okay. Same precedent that someone could hypothetically hoard. Next.
We ended last time with that remarkable poll. Do you remember? The poll about birth order. What percentage of people in this room raised their hands? Was it to say that they were the firstborn? 75, 80%? And what was the significance of that if you're thinking about these theories of distributive justice?
But they didn't do anything to earn like 100% of their efforts or where they're at in life. There are things that are subconsciously beneficial to everybody that isn't really borne out in obvious ways, I guess.
Remember, we were discussing 3 different theories of distributive justice, 3 different ways of answering the question, how should income and wealth and opportunities and the good things in life be distributed? And so far we've looked at the libertarian answer that says the just system of distribution is a system of free exchange of free market economy against a background of formal equality, which simply means that jobs and careers are open to anyone. Rawls says this represents an improvement over aristocratic and caste systems because everyone can compete for every job, careers open to talents. And beyond that, the just distribution is the one that results from free exchange, voluntary transactions.
That's what?
No more, no less. Then Rawls argues, if all you have is formal equality, jobs open to everyone, the result is not going to be fair. It will be biased in favor of those who happen to be born to affluent families, who happen to have the benefit of good educational opportunities. And that accident of birth is not a just basis for distributing life chances. And so many people who notice this unfairness, Rawls argues, are led to embrace a system of fair equality of opportunity. That leads to the meritocratic system, fair equality of opportunity.
Theories of just... I'll just write this down just in case. Distributive justice, libertarian, free market system, meritocratic. Fuck.
But Rawls says, even if you bring everyone to the same starting point in the race, what's going to happen? Who's going to win? The fastest runners. So once you're troubled by basing distributive shares on morally arbitrary contingencies, you should, if you reason it through, be carried all the way to what Rawls calls the democratic conception, a more egalitarian conception of distributive justice that he defines. That leads to the meritocratic system, fair equality of opportunity. But Rawls says, even if you bring everyone to the same starting point in the race, what's going to happen? Who's going to win? The fastest runners. So once you're troubled by basing distributive shares on morally arbitrary contingencies, you should, if you reason it through, be carried all the way to what Rawls calls the democratic conception, a more egalitarian conception of distributive justice that he defines by the difference principle. Now, he doesn't say that the only way to remedy or to compensate for differences in natural talents and abilities is to have a kind of leveling equality, a guaranteed equality of outcome. But he does say there's another way to deal with these contingencies. People may gain, may benefit from their good fortune, but only on terms that work to the advantage of the least well-off. And so we can test how this theory actually works by thinking about some pay differentials that arise in our society. What does the average school teacher make in the United States, do you suppose? Roughly. It's a little more, 42,000. What about David Letterman? How much do you think David Letterman makes? More than a school teacher?
Was it people may gain from their good fortune, but only...
$31 million. People may gain, may benefit from their good fortune, but only on terms that work to the advantage of the least well-off. And so we can test how this theory actually works by thinking about some pay differentials that arise in our society. What does the average school teacher make in in the United States, do you suppose? Roughly. It's a little more, 42,000. What about David Letterman? How much do you think David Letterman makes? More than a school teacher? $31 million. David Letterman. Is that fair? That David Letterman makes that much more than a school teacher? Well, Rawls's answer would be, it depends whether the basic structure of society is designed in such a way that Letterman's $31 million is subject to taxation so that some of those earnings are taken to work for the advantage of the least well-off. One other example of a pay differential. A justice of the United States Supreme Court. What do they make? It's just under $200,000. Here's Sandra Day O'Connor.
Was he argue that the balance is fair? As some of those earnings from Letterman are taken to work for the least well-off. Okay. They make just under 200K. Do they really still? Nobody knows.
For example. There she is. But there's another judge who makes a lot more than Sandra Day O'Connor. Do you know who it is? Judge Judy. How did you know that? You watched? No, but you're right. Judge Judy, you know how much she makes? There she is. $25 million. Now, is that just? Is it fair? Well, the answer is it depends whether this is against a background system in line with the difference principle, where those who come out on top in terms of income and wealth are taxed in a way that benefits the least well-off members of society. Now, we're going to come back to these wage differentials, pay differentials, between a real judge and a TV judge, the one Marcus watches all the time. What I want to do now is return to these theories and to examine the objections to Rawls's more egalitarian theory, the difference principle. There are at least 3 objections to Rawls's difference principle. One of them came up last time in the discussion, and a number of you raised this worry. What about incentives? Isn't there the risk if taxes reach 70, 80, 90% marginal rate that Michael Jordan won't play basketball, that David Letterman won't do late-night comedy, or that CEOs will go into some other line of work? Now, who among those who are defenders of Rawls, who has an answer to this objection about the need for incentives? Yes, go ahead, stand up.
Rawls's idea is that there should only be so much difference that it helps the least well-off the most. So if there's too much equality, then the least well-off might not be able to watch late-night TV or might not have a job because their CEO doesn't want to work. So you need to find the correct balance where taxation still leaves enough incentive for the least well-off to benefit from the talents.
Good. And what's your name?
Tim.
Tim. All right. So Tim is saying, in effect, that Rawls takes account of incentives and could allow for pay differentials and for some adjustment in the tax rate to take account of incentives. But, Tim points out, the standpoint from which the question of incentives needs to be considered is not the effect on the total size of the economic pie, but instead from the standpoint of the effect of incentives or disincentives on the well-being of those at the bottom. Right? Good. Thank you. I think that is what Rawls would say. In fact, if you look in section 17, where he describes the difference principle, he allows for incentives. The naturally advantaged are not to gain merely because they are more gifted, but only to cover the cost of training and education and for using their endowments in ways that help the less fortunate as well. So you can have incentives. You can adjust the tax rate if taking too much from David Letterman or from Michael Jordan or from Bill Gates winds up actually hurting those at the bottom. That's the test. So incentives, that's not a decisive objection against Rawls's difference principle. But there are two weightier, more difficult objections. One of them comes from defenders of a meritocratic conception. The argument that says, what about effort? What about people working hard, having a right to what they earn because they deserved it, they've worked hard for it? That's the objection from effort and moral desert. Then there's another objection that comes from libertarians, and this objection has to do with reasserting the idea of self-ownership. Doesn't the difference principle, by treating our natural talents and endowments as common assets, doesn't that violate the idea that we own ourselves? Now, let me deal first with the objection that comes from the libertarian direction. Milton Friedman writes in his book, Free to Choose, life is not fair. And it's tempting to believe that government can rectify what nature has spawned.
What is it? Milton? In response to the libertarian... I'll say on behalf. I'll say Milton Friedman states, life is not fair, and it is tempting to believe the government can rectify what nature has spawned.
But his answer is, the only way to try to rectify that is to have a leveling equality of outcome, everyone finishing the race at the same point, and that would be a disaster. This is an easy argument to answer, and Rawls addresses it in one of the most and that would be a disaster. A leveling equality of outcome, everyone finishing the race at the same point, and that would be a disaster. This is an easy argument to answer, and Rawls addresses it.
God, there's something in my eye. Holy shit. That the only way that can rectify ouch.
In one of the most powerful passages, I think, of A Theory of Justice, it's in section 17. The natural distribution, and here he's talking about the natural distribution of talents and endowments, is neither just nor unjust. Nor is it unjust that persons are born into society at some particular position. These are simply natural facts. What is just and unjust is the way that institutions deal with these facts. That's his answer to it's neither just nor unjust. Nor is it unjust that persons are born into society at some particular position. These are simply natural facts. What is just and unjust is the way that institutions deal with these facts.
Whoa, wait. Okay. Born into society at some particular position. What's up, Joshua? I'm finishing this up before I move on to the real schizo stuff. I'm just behind on this a little bit, so deal with these facts. Okay.
That's his answer to libertarian laissez-faire economists like Milton Friedman who say life is unfair, but get over it. Get over it, and let's see if we can at least maximize the benefits that flow from it. But the more powerful libertarian objection to Rawls is not libertarian from the libertarian economists like Milton Friedman. It's from the argument about self-ownership, developed, as we saw, in Nozick. And from that point of view, yes, it might be a good thing to create Head Start programs and public schools so that everyone can go to a decent school and start the race at the same starting line. That might be good. But if you tax people to create public schools, if you tax people against their will, you coerce them. It's a form of theft. If you take some of Letterman's 31 million, tax it away to support public schools against his will, the state is really doing no better than stealing.
Was this? Hold on. There's two way here more time. Wait. Did you type that? What does that mean? You correctly joined the channel? So would this be the objection of the effort or self-ownership? Oh, okay, gotcha. I was confused. Why does it do this? Based.
From him. It's coercion. And the reason is,
Okay, go back, bitch.
we have to think of ourselves as the argument about self-ownership, developed, as we saw, in Nozick. But the more powerful libertarian objection to Rawls is not libertarian from the libertarian economists like Milton Friedman. It's from the argument about self-ownership, developed, as we saw, in Nozick. And from that point of view, yes, it might be a good thing to create Head Start programs and public schools so...
Yeah, I don't know why it... Oh yeah, I don't know. I don't know shit about these bots. I haven't bothered to fuck around with it because I haven't taken streaming stuff like super seriously anyways. So I'll just hop on, let stuff go as it's set up, and fuck off. What is the name? Nozick?
But the more powerful libertarian objection to Rawls is not libertarian from the libertarian economists like Milton Friedman. It's from the argument about self-ownership, developed, as we saw, in Nozick. And from that point of view, yes, it might be a good thing to create Head Start programs and public schools so that everyone can go to a decent school and start the race at the same starting line. That might be good. But if you tax people to create public schools, if you tax people against their will, you coerce them. It's a form of theft. If you take some of Letterman's 31 million, tax it away to support public schools against his will, the state is really doing no better than stealing from him. It's coercion. And the reason is, we have to think of ourselves as owning our talents and endowments, because otherwise we're back to just using people and coercing people. That's the libertarian reply. What's Rawls' answer to that objection? he doesn't address the idea of self-ownership directly. But the effect, the moral weight of his argument for the difference principle is maybe we don't own ourselves in that thoroughgoing sense after all. Now, he says this doesn't mean that the state is an owner in me in the sense that it can simply commandeer my life. Because remember, the first principle we would agree to behind the veil of ignorance is the principle of equal basic liberties: freedom of speech, religious liberty, freedom of conscience, and the like. So the only respect in which the idea of self-ownership must give way comes when we're thinking about whether I own myself in the sense that I have a privileged claim on the benefits that come from the exercise of my talents in a market economy. And Rawls says, on reflection, we don't. We can defend rights. We can respect the individual. We can uphold human dignity, freedom of speech, religious liberty, freedom of conscience, and the like. So the only respect in which the idea of self-ownership must give way comes when we're thinking about whether I own myself in the sense that I have a privileged claim on the benefits that come from the exercise of my talents in a market economy. And Rawls says, on reflection, we don't. We can defend rights. We can respect the individual. We can uphold human dignity without embracing the idea of self-possession. That, in effect, is his reply to the libertarian. I want to turn now to his reply to the defender of a meritocratic conception, who invokes effort as the basis of moral desert. People who were...
So, Rawls, I guess, argues that we don't actually, quote-unquote, own ourselves. But rather that we are able to defend rights, respect the individual, and uphold dignity without embracing, good one, retard, without embracing the idea of self-possession. There's a server that I'm in that's like made by a buddy of mine. I'm gonna see if he has any good drama cooking up. Sometimes they just argue in there. Holy shit, this is a huge call.
Paid all this money, and then how these producers come in, tell him he can't do the movie he wants to do, so then he said, fuck you, in the most amazing way, and then just put this movie out, and then we all just watched it going like, oh, it's like absurd and funny, ha ha ha. And it's like, but if you look at it with that perspective of him just saying fuck you to the industry, it's probably the greatest fucking comedy film of all time.
Alright. Abby, would you like some sausages?
Yeah.
So, Micro, speaking of awful comedy, you see who's doing the new Judge Dredd movie?
No.
Wait, who are they
Taika
making?
Waititi.
Oh my god. He got my ass. I can argue and troll. I was the most in the early 2000s. Base. What's up? Technology protect. What do you mean back in the early 2000s? Do they have like MySpace forums where you were just trolling people in their like top 5 or some shit?
Work hard to develop their talents, deserve the benefits that come from the exercise of their talents. Well, we've already seen the beginning of Rawls's answer to that question, and it goes back to that poll we took about birth order. His first answer is, even the work ethic even the willingness to strive conscientiously, depends on all sorts of family circumstances and social and cultural contingencies for which we can claim no credit. You can't claim credit for the fact that most of us, happen to be first in birth order, and that for some complex psychological and social reasons, that seems to be associated with striving, with achieving, with effort. That's one answer. There's a second answer. Those of you who invoke effort, you don't really believe that moral desert attaches to effort. Take two construction workers. One is strong and can raise 4 walls in an hour without even breaking a sweat. And another construction worker is small and scrawny and has to spend 3 days to do the same amount of work. No defender of meritocracy is going to look at the effort of that weak and scrawny construction worker and say, therefore, he deserves to make more. So it isn't really effort. This is the second reply to the meritocratic claim. It isn't really effort that the defender of meritocracy believes is the moral basis of distributive shares. It's contribution. How much do you contribute? But contribution takes us straight back to our natural talents and abilities, not just effort. And it's not our doing how we came into the possession of those talents in the first place. All right, suppose you accepted these arguments, that effort isn't everything, that contribution matters from the standpoint of the meritocratic conception, that effort even isn't our own doing. Does that mean, the objection continues, does that mean that according to Rawls, moral desert has nothing to do with distributive justice? Well, yes. Distributive justice is not about moral desert. Now, here, Rawls introduces an important and a tricky distinction. It's between moral desert on the one hand and entitlements to legitimate expectations on the other. What is the difference between moral deserts and entitlements? Consider two different games, a game of chance and a game of skill. Take a game of pure chance. Say I play the Massachusetts State Lottery, and my number comes up. I'm entitled to my winnings. But even though I'm entitled to my winnings, there's no sense in which, because it's just a game of luck, no sense in which I morally deserve to win in the first place. That's an entitlement. Now contrast the lottery with a different kind of game, a game of skill. Now, imagine the Boston Red Sox winning the World Series. When they win, it's between moral desert on the one hand and entitlements to legitimate expectations.
My heyday on the interwebs, local politics news organization, or news orgs papers, and early Hulu? What does that mean, early Hulu? Is it like reviews, I guess? How about meritocracy within monetary reward structure? If you're rewarded based on skill outcomes, etc., how does rate of pays apply? Are there any caps on salaries? What is the standard to define this? I don't know if it would really address the economic concerns like that. I know this guy, what's his name? Michael... Fuck. What's his name? I forgot his name, sorry. I know he has another course where he teaches like morals and ethics with like and like the framework of the economy, so maybe it would kind of like dive more into that, I guess. I don't know. What is it under?
On the other. What is the difference between moral deserts and entitlements? Consider two different games, a game of chance and a game of skill. Take a game of pure chance. Say I play the Massachusetts State Lottery, and my number comes up. I'm entitled to my winnings. But even though I'm entitled to my winnings, there's no sense in which, because it's just a game of luck, no sense in which I morally deserve to win in the first place. That's an entitlement. Now contrast the lottery with a different kind of game, a game of skill. Now, imagine the Boston Red Sox winning the World Series. When they win, they're entitled to the trophy, but it can be always asked of a game of skill, did they deserve to win? It's always possible, in principle, to distinguish what someone's entitled to under the rules and whether they deserve to win in the first place. That's an antecedent standard, moral desert. Now, Rawls says distributive justice is not a matter of moral desert, though it is a matter of entitlements to legitimate expectations. Here's where he explains it.
Whoa, quote time. Wins the World Series. When they win, they are entitled to the trophy. But are you, if you win the lottery in meritocracy, whoever is better than you should get first dibs on that winning that you think you won? What do you mean better than you? Like better at choosing choosing a number, or do you mean better than you generally speaking, or? This also makes sense too whenever he phrases the entitlements like this, where it's like the lottery and the usage of the term entitlement. Even though I'm entitled, there's no sense in which I morally deserve to win in the first place. That is entitlement, which I get, like, when you contextualize that with Social Security, I think that makes, like, total sense. You don't really... I don't know, like, by virtue of being born in America, I guess you're... I don't know, there's a different, like... There's a different, like, standard for your personal investments in, like, the stock market versus the Social Security, which you buy into or pay into as you move through life anyway. So that makes sense when it's phrased as an entitlement in such a way. Perhaps better at choosing tickets on a percentage level. I mean, in your argument, would you not have... I feel like you wouldn't have, like... Unless you're, like, framing it in the framework of meritocracy, I don't know if you have, like, a personal view on it. Because even in a meritocracy, whenever you're choosing the lottery, how do you choose the, like, how do you decide a merit-based outcome if you're not informed of how many tickets have sold, and if you don't calculate that in general, like, there could be somebody that's more, quote-unquote, like, deserving of the win in the meritocracy when it comes to the lottery, but, like, it's genuinely at random, especially when you compare it to something like the Red Sox winning. Like, technically everything is random, but there's different extents of randomness, which I think is what Rawls is trying to argue here. It's weird when meritocracy is brought into arguments in the aspect of government, real or antiquated. I don't think that I necessarily agree with that, because he's not, I think that he's not arguing for, like, a meritocracy. He's just arguing in the sense that, like, there are these bounds that are tested, in which people idealize governments. Meritocracy being one, egalitarianism being one, and libertarianism being another. And when you idealize these things and you go to their fullest extent, you realize that there are limitations that need to be adjusted. So I think he's playing out the limitations in which the meritocracy exists and critiquing it. If that makes sense. Here's one that's a thought. BlackRock, they manage monies and stocks, etc. Do they deserve the power they observe and wield? Do they deserve the monies they manage? I mean, I think that would necessarily apply to all sort of businesses. Like if they meet a market demand and if they do their jobs efficiently and contribute in ways that are meaningful to the consumers and the investors, then like by virtue of them doing that, then they're fulfilling their sort of like deservedness, I guess. I don't know. But yeah, this whole part is just like testing the bounds, I guess, of these different systems to show how we construct a system today. Yeah, I mean, I just went through it with the different examples, but because he's going through some of the people he's mentioning, like Nozick, and what's his name, Friedman? Milton Friedman. Some of these were in earlier lectures. And Rawls is following up after Immanuel Kant to kind of talk about contractualism and the agreements that obligate us in contracts, despite there not being anything that technically binds us past the law. He's trying to explore that underlying principle. Okay, so I'm gonna write this down. So my next thought on BlackRock would then be, do the people who can't manage their own monies then deserve it any longer, or does BlackRock, since they managed it way better? I think that would be part of the contractual understanding, is that like you're going in with the intention of them taking a portion of your money in exchange for the service. So it's like they're deserving of what the terms are agreed to, but not deserving to the full amount of your money. Ugh. I need to stop yawning, dude. Holy shit. At that point, as Trump has shown, the law can be... yeah. Which, I mean, I guess is technically true in every instance, but obviously it's going a little crazy. So he says, let me put this at normal speed.
Just scheme answers to what men are entitled to. It satisfies their legitimate expectations, is founded upon social institutions.
Okay, chill.
But what they are entitled to, here's where he explains it. A just scheme answers to what men are entitled to. It satisfies their legitimate expectations, is founded upon social institutions. But what they are entitled to is not proportional to, nor dependent on, their intrinsic worth. The principles of justice that regulate the basic structure do not mention moral desert, and there is no tendency for distributive shares to correspond to it. Why does Rawls make this distinction? Their legitimate expectations is founded upon social institutions. But what they are entitled to is not proportional to, nor dependent on, their intrinsic worth. The principles of justice that regulate the basic structure do not mention moral desert, and there is no tendency for distributive shares to correspond to it. Why does Rawls make this distinction? What morally is at stake? One thing morally at stake is the whole question of effort that we've already discussed. But there's a second contingency.
My general thought, for what it's worth, which may align with the guy in the vid, is that it has nothing to do with any system that is absolute. That's why America has been so astounding. It's flexible within its right. Yeah, that's basically his whole like philosophy of this. Which is why I really like the course on this. This is like the 16th lecture, and there's 24 in total. And it kind of takes like general concepts of different philosophies in the past, and then builds on top of it over and over and over. And it explores and kind of tugs at your like natural inclinations as to how you would feel about like a just system, quote unquote. And then it deconstructs it, and then emphasizes it with another philosophy that picks up where that one left off at, and then continues building and building and building. So it's a really nice way to kind of learn from it, I think.
A second.
A just scheme answers to what men are entitled to, satisfies but what they're entitled to is not proportional. I don't know if I need to write down like anything regarding my thoughts about this. I feel like it's not super complicated, but I'm gonna interpret this anyways. Oh, nice spelling, dipshit, fucking retard. Which men are entitled... How did I fuck this up so bad? Holy shit. Oh my god. Oh my god. Institutions. Hey, now don't diss my spelling choices. Listen, that was not for you, that was for me. I fucked up so bad. The most... Okay, check this out. I'm totally aware of why I'm eating ramen tonight because I watched many Japanese cooking shorts. Many were ramen, I just needed to verbalize. Nice. Do you make your own like noodles, or do you get like the pre-made packs or those little bowls or whatever?
Source of moral arbitrariness that goes beyond the question of whether to correspond to it. Why does Rawls make this distinction? What morally is at stake? One thing morally at stake is the whole question of effort that we've already discussed. But there's a second contingency, a second source of moral arbitrariness that goes beyond the question of whether it's to my credit that I have the talents that enable me to get ahead. And that has to do with the contingency that I live in a society that happens to prize my talents. The fact that David Letterman lives in a society that puts a great premium, puts a great value on a certain type of smirky joke, that's not his doing. He's lucky that he happens to live in such a society. But this is a second contingency. This isn't something that we can claim credit for. Even if I had sole, unproblematic claim to my talents and to my effort, it would still be the case that the benefits I get from exercising those talents depend on factors that are arbitrary from a moral point of view. What my talents will reap in a market economy, what does that depend on? What other people happen to want or like in this society. It depends on the law of supply and demand. Even if I had sole, unproblematic claim to my talents and to my effort, it would still be the case that the benefits I get from exercising those talents depend on factors that are arbitrary from a moral point of view. What my talents will reap in a market economy, what does that depend on? What other people happen to want or like in this society. It depends on the law of supply and demand. That's not my doing. Certainly not the basis for moral desert. What counts as contributing depends on the qualities that this or that society happens to prize. Most of us are fortunate to possess, in large measure, for whatever reason, the qualities that our society happens to prize. The qualities that enable us to provide what society wants. In a capitalist society, it helps to have entrepreneurial drive. In a bureaucratic society, it helps to get on easily and smoothly with superiors. In a mass democratic society, most of us are fortunate to possess, in large measure, for whatever reason, the qualities that our society happens to prize. The qualities that enable us to provide what society wants. In a capitalist society, it helps to have entrepreneurial drive. In a bureaucratic society, it helps to get on easily and smoothly with superiors. In a mass democratic society, it helps to look good on television and to speak in short, superficial sound bites. In a litigious society, it helps to go to law school and to have the talents to do well on LSATs. But none of this is our doing. Suppose that we, with our talents, inhabited not our society, technologically advanced, highly litigious, but a hunting society or a warrior society. What would become of our talents then? They wouldn't get us very far. No doubt some of us would develop others. But would we be less worthy? Would we be less virtuous? Would we be less meritorious if we lived in that kind of society rather than in ours? Rawls's answer is no. We might make less money, and properly so. But while we would be entitled to less, we would be no less worthy, no less deserving than we are now.
Okay, quit going so fast.
And here's technologically advanced, highly litigious, but a hunting society or a warrior society, what would become of our talents then? They wouldn't get us very far. No doubt some of us would develop others. But would we be less worthy? Would we be less virtuous? Would we be less meritorious if we lived in that kind of society rather than in ours?
Pre-made. I'm leading the PK right now, but the misses usually will use as a base, then cook protein, boiled eggs, veggies, depends on the kind. So amazing and way quicker that way. Not as good as fresh noodles, but still out of this world. It sounds based as fuck.
Rawls's answer is no. We might make less money, and properly so. But while we would be entitled to less, we would be no less worthy, no less deserving than we are now. And here's the point: the same could be said of those in our society who happen to hold less prestigious positions, who happen to have fewer of the talents that our society happens to reward. So here's the moral import of the distinction between moral desert and entitlements to legitimate expectations. We are entitled to the benefits that the rules of the game promise for the exercise of our talents. But it's a mistake and a conceit to suppose that we deserve in the first place a society that values the qualities we happen to have in abundance. Now, we've been talking here about income and wealth. So here's the moral import of the distinction between moral desert and entitlements to legitimate expectations. We are entitled to the benefits that the rules of the game promise for the exercise of our talents. But it's a mistake and a conceit to suppose that we deserve in the first place a society that values the qualities we happen to have in abundance. Now, we've been talking here about income and wealth. What about opportunities and honors? What about the distribution of access, of seats in elite colleges and universities? It's true. All of you, most of you firstborn, worked hard, strived, developed your talents to get here. But Rawls asks, in effect, what is the moral status of your claim to the benefits that attach to the opportunities you have? Are seats in colleges and universities a matter, a kind of reward, an honor for those who deserve them because they've worked so hard? Or are those seats, those opportunities and honors, entitlements to legitimate expectations that depend for their justification on those of us who enjoy them doing so in a way that works to the benefit of those at the bottom of society? That's the question that Rawls's difference principle poses. It's a question that can be asked of the earnings of Michael Jordan and David Letterman and Judge Judy, but it's also a question that can be asked of opportunities to go to the top colleges and universities. And that's a debate that comes out when we turn to the question of affirmative action next time.
Based. How do you spell prestigious? Prestigious. The affirmative action one sounds really interesting to get into. Is dove in a word? Dived? I don't know. Dived into? Showcasing how, okay. Self-test, blah blah blah. Um, yeah, I think so. I'm pretty sure I think she said that she was doing some stuff, like dealing with some stuff personally, so I think she was like away from that or something, but damn, did I really not? Damn, I didn't even fucking write any of these. God. Stupid, stupid, stupid bitch. Okay, I guess I'm just gonna go back to these and write these down. Okay, good. I guess I'm just trying to make sure she's okay. Thank you. I only usually do cryptography puzzle Discord, and only a few, so I'm trying to be correct, not seem weird. What do you mean, cryptography puzzle Discord? I don't think I've heard of that before. Puzzles like Cicada, 3301, Kairos Alliance, 7's Exposed, WTC... Dog, that sounds like some CIA shit. What the fuck does that mean? Oh, ECT. I feel like you just activated like a sleeper agent within me. Yeah. Let me put on some music. Let me know if this is too loud.
I recline way back and puff stacks with relations. To rap my conversations about the devils we be lacing in the revolution. Be enormous how I'm trooping. My mind has been in battle since birth. That's why I'm puffing L's and juicing. Like a man in arms regrouping. Planning my attack on the sounds of water twins be looping.
I've never heard of any of that. Cryptography? I think I've heard of that. Morse code, definitely heard of that. I don't know about the other stuff though. So I reload my mind in every chamber with clips of danger. I'm infiltrating strangers with the ill precision of a green beret. The sacrifice your whole division. When niggas fall on me like right religion. And vision gain the reign majestic. Romance and vigilantes on some next shit. Profanity and tech shit. My sanity reflects my life in hell. Survive in hell, now I reside in hell. And feed corruption to my clientele. Means for making dreams, ill production schemes. The man is raising hell as a swinger pro rebels one time. To feel the rain from behind. I got my bags packed, I got my boots strapped, I got my buds of joy in my Buddha sack. Now when my man called, no, we're ready to roll. I'm gonna grab a drink real quick.
I got my bags packed, I got my boots strapped, I got my buds of joy in my Buddha sack. Now when my man called, no, we're ready to roll. Sounds of war. See, at times I might be running like a brother gunning craze. With army fatigues, cause every day I'm hunting justice like a cure for AIDS. Swing a spade, rhyme craze. I move strategic lyrics blaze whenever heated on point. Inflaming MCs like joints, I'm manufacturing reactions like I'm packing. State of mind's position like a prison. My soul's attacking. Using the streets as a planes of battle. I'm rounding hostages like cattle. And sneak attacking from the shadows to leave you rattled by my militant ways.
Oh no, oh no, oh no.
Assassinating traitors out of habit. My mind is tragic. Still in training for this time of raining. I'm talking terrorists, so fuck this waste of time explaining. So I'll attack your red dawn with
Fuck.
no time remaining.
I put it in the freezer and I think it's...
My mind is scary, preparation from crime. One time, feel the rain, God, so feel me rain. I got my bags packed, I got my boots strapped, I got my buds of joy in my Buddha sack. Now when my man called, no, we're ready to roll. Sounds of war. I I got my bags packed, I got my boots strapped, I got my buds of joy in my Buddha sack. Now when my man call, know I'm ready to roll. Sounds of war.
We're chilling. It's way less frozen than I thought. Thank God. No, it started fizzling though. 14. Should I do this? Or should I jump into the... God, I have this shit that's due, so I need to... fuck. Might jump into the thing once again and see if anybody's saying shit.
Like when I was younger, I was playing like World of Warcraft and stuff like that. It's like when you made like a World of Warcraft character and you're like pretending to be this character in like chat rooms and stuff like that. I feel like that's kind of what it is. Like I feel like it's something close to like this desire to be it's like role playing, right? Like it's the desire to be somebody who you're not, and like
the escapism.
Yeah, and also like I know that like I have a lot of friends that are trans, so like I know that like going online and role playing like as something else is great for them. Like,
Okay. True. Alright, I asked if you're allowed to record in the VC, so I'm gonna see if they do say some shit, if I'm allowed to jump in and stream it. According to Professor Sandel, how do actual contracts bind or obligate us? True.
Remix the kick and the snares from last year. Enhance the bass so the deaf can hear the jam of the century. Screwballs a mystery. Kamikaze, pirate records promotes history. Taking the industry to another galaxy. Spark the tree to fill my glass with plenty.
I would say actual contracts don't obligate us, right?
Tracks like my 40 yak, been off the cognac. I got the G-sack with the cabin stack, with the Henny low with mad chicken, with my monkey on their back seat. I'm still swollen, stickity's no joking. Toting for all your stale niggas, cheese molding. The young outspoken, chickity bun smoking, choking, open off the tie till the day I'm croaking. So inhale it, smoking your tubes. I'm that nigga with all the right moves, paying tonight's dues. Plus I got your chicken glued.
It's all just slush left.
I break it down and deal with it, bring it back and build with it, mix the right components and I just might kill with it. What? Word is born, this the way the East Coast rocks, home up the hip hop. This is how we get down.
Okay, based on these notes, we agree to be obligated in agreement with the parties therein. Yeah, I was looking at my notes. I think that it's E. Because it's the specification of actual contracts.
The kamikaze regime, the traders from Queens is packing gats under western fatigues, bagging tight jeans, making their rounds through my brick Olympus. The set's relentless, it's all about who hit it quickest. Kamikaze representing the borough of 5, keep it live, son, check it. Many won't survive. This 9-6 mix, son, is better than ever. The house of hits is coming through, so get your together. If you wanna get fly, well, here's a plane ticket. As we kick it, get wicked and fly heads like airlines with a style like mine. While Marley supplies the baseline.
In the example of the Sam the repairman, Sam begins working on Professor Sandel's cars without his consent. After 15 minutes of work and no luck in fixing the car, Sam informs Professor Sandel that there is nothing wrong with the ignition system, but he has 45 minutes left in his hour of hired labor. Professor Sandel objects that he has not yet hired the repairman and that therefore he owes him nothing. Which of the following responses offers a consent-based line of argumentation? Had I fixed the car, you surely would have owed me payment. Even though I was unable to fix the car, you owe me payment because now you know that the ignition system is not the problem. If you didn't want me to look at your car, you could have told me to stop at any point during the last 15 minutes. I think none, right? Offers consent-based line of argument. Does that really mean that, like... God, this is retarded.
You know what I'm saying? Travel through the darkness, use us for your sight. Hold on tight, show them how to do this right. Travel through the darkness with your guiding light. Shut your headlights off and let's ride tonight. Travel through the darkness, use us for your sight. Hold on tight, show them how to do this right. Travel through the darkness with your guiding light. Shut your headlights off and let's ride tonight.
Well, the issue in this case is that he doesn't even have the consent.
Sometimes I get caught up in mental obstacles. I'm illogical, it's illogical. The industry is comical, we bombing you. Understand the fire we walking through. I'm walking right.
Or just outcome, I think. There, what a judge will call leading.
You see the name, third degree, yo, it means a lot. Yo, everything you got, we already had. You see, we 3,000 light while you living in the past. 3,000 light years, 3 million still unaware of the children of production. It's nothing, I'm used to it. Yo, for real, niggas had a chance.
He didn't consent in this response. He didn't consent in this response. Really. And he's already engaging past the point of being able to get consent right here. So I would say no consent. Yeah, he's just coming up and walking up to this dude and he's like, yeah, I'm gonna fix your car. If I can fix it like within an hour, then you don't have to pay me, but past that hour, you do have to pay me. We gon' be known as survivors, and A&Rs ain't got a word that can describe us. We outsiders, industry turners to riders. You gotta know the third degree, possess the hottest, far from modest. Yo, I love being cocky. A 6-inch silver bullet can't even drop me. I'm untouchable. Yo, you know who the team is. Off the books like intoxicated demons. Catch me if you can, cause the Mac's on the run. In contrast to Locke, Rawls and Kant argued that the social contract that generates the principles of justice is not an actual contract. Rather, it is a purely hypothetical contract. Hold on. Rather, it is a purely hypothetical contract that would be agreed upon by both parties with no information about their particular place in society. According to Professor Sandel, why might a hypothetical contract be preferable to an actual contract in determining the principles of justice?
Y'all might know me. I changed the wild pitch on the stages, behind the masters of ceremonies. The mic controllers, the chemists, and the 7 digits become a menace when the pretenders wanna act shitty. So now they
So what was this one? Actual contracts, bind or obligate here. How far east of it are you the map? I'm in Kentucky. Hypothetical contracts, I think, are under the ideal of the, what was it, the veil of ignorance, I think. Yes, the veil of ignorance, where it places everybody in society in an instance where they're all on a equal playing field, basically, regardless of their position in life or their status or whatever, and looking at them flatly from like a perspective of human beings. Hypothetical ideals of autonomy and reciprocity that give contracts their moral force. A hypothetical contract relies on tacit consent, which is much easier to obtain than actual consent. A hypothetical contract is more efficient because it does not require everyone to attend to a meeting or sign a document. Yeah, except I don't drink whiskey, so... Is it whiskey or bourbon, or is it both? Hypothetical contract can be arbitrary. Yeah, but I think they use hypothetical contracts slightly differently in this context. Yeah, it's not meaning like ignorance as in like you're just a retard and you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. It's just, its veil of ignorance is like the like, it's a way to test the efficiency and how ethical a contract is by, instead of, like, if you have a, like a black woman who's in a, lower socioeconomic status, but then you have like a white man billionaire who's obviously in a much higher socioeconomic status, that if you're just looking at these people as foundational human beings that exist regardless, like, just take away, if you are to take away their status in society, whether it be like their race or their wealth, or their gender, that looking at them as like a equal playing field, that's what the veil of ignorance is trying to take into account. I think it's this one. Alright, so these aren't actually like graded for my final grade. These are just like self-tests basically, so...
This is killing me.
I knew since I was 13. I don't know. I'm different.
Alright.
Oops. I didn't mean to do that. I meant to open chat. Okay, it's like predators creating prey that can never win back. Are you talking about the thing that I said with the veil of ignorance, or something else? Maybe I'm just not explaining it properly, but I'm gonna try and do this. So I think this is E. Could be wrong. I think this one's E. Could be wrong. I think this one's A. Eat shit, fuck you, die, based. Okay, I guess I'm a retard. I love listening to Roger Penrose's opinion on his theories and spirits in particular, but his British accent helps. I have no idea who that is. Is he a philosopher or something? Let me see if I can find like a quick little video.
What's your blueprint for a just society? Your answer probably reflects who you are and the situation you find yourself in. If you're rich, you may well be in favor of the freedom to earn and enjoy the fruits of your efforts. If you're poor, you're likely to be more supportive of a system that redistributes wealth. Now answer the same question with this twist. You won't know what kind of a person you'll be in the society you design. What you have to do is construct it from behind a veil of ignorance. You might end up black, white, in a wheelchair, straight, gay, born into a wealthy family, or living in extreme poverty. You might enjoy knitting, rock music, opera, tiddlywinks, or cage fighting, maybe even all of these. You just don't know how you'll end up. This is the thought experiment at the heart of John Rawls's book, A Theory of Justice. He argued that from behind the veil, we'd opt for a much fairer society than we now have. There would be extensive freedom and fair equality of opportunity, but there wouldn't be extremes of high pay unless it could be shown that the poorest in society directly benefited as a result.
Yeah, so that's what that is. I don't know if that made any sense or more confusing. So would it be C because it's like you could have told me, or... Okay. For number 2... Shoot. I'll read it on the next one, since this one's basically done. I can see that the first two options require a demand plus an action. However, whereas C had Sandel just okay. Fuck you. Let me go to 15.
Souls drift astray in the whirlpool spin. Ashes of a dead man blowing in the wind. Running for our lives, we seen Alice in chains. Sitting in the rocking chair, holding her own brain. A man lay slain in the rain.
Why does Rawls think that the prince or that the people behind the veil of ignorance would not choose utilitarian principles to govern their society?
Trapped in the land of the lost, possessed by the cross, the holy force, headed for Holocaust. Your religion's insanity, humanity kills. This place possessed by harmony, Amityville. That's why I'm trying to get out, cause you're not promised tomorrow. I'm spirit, straight out of the little shop of harvest. You're not promised tomorrow in this little shop of harvest. You're not promised tomorrow in this little shop of harvest. You're not promised tomorrow in this little shop of harvest. You're not promised tomorrow in this little shop of harvest. Ha, 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 yeah. So welcome to the Brooklyn House of Pain. You can gang bang, you can lay slain without a brain. So welcome to the
people
Brooklyn House of Pain, where you can gang bang and you can lay slain without a brain.
Hold on.
What's the name of the runaway train that ransacks and mangles tracks when I was steaming out your mind frame? Rough to rugged like dreadlocks, snaps to knock the blocks off a mediocre man from here to Bangkok. I manifest beyond the physical, individual criteria, press above area, the more the merrier. When Mr. Snuffle up the serious rhymes, reckless regardless. How should I start this? You never win this, you finish for more the flavor that you savor. It's my pleasure, whatever you order, we'll provide it. It's been decided, by all concerned, you've earned one from the big butter. So yo, say the drama for your mama. You came with it, but I caught up cause I'm too fly. That's how it goes, Mr. Nice Guy. I jump on it like a Christmas jock. Tick tock, flip flop, and pop will never stop. So as you digging this out,
I don't think they really care about the doctrine of utilitarianism.
Styles are too complex, so ooh, you better jest. Back and easy, you are beginning to get me vexed. No matter what, you can't stop the flex when it wrecks. So the grassroots rhythm.
People behind the veil of ignorance would reach the conclusion that certain pleasures, I don't think this applies.
So now the ghetto concept is who you asking for. But don't worry, just stay tuned to the boomer. Soon zoomer, we got the pop, the rumor. Easy on the motion, 93 was locomotion. 94 we hear it, 95 we're gonna post it. Easy on the motion, 93 was locomotion. 94 we hear it, 95 we're gonna post it. Easy on the motion, 93 was locomotion. 94 we hear it, 95 we're gonna post it. Easy on the motion, 93 was locomotion. 94 we hear it, 95 we're gonna.
Stripes upon stripes without the boss, without the lights, the LA lights, so that's the biggest baits glaring in the nights. The hike too tight with a squeezer. Should I say these or the freeze that makes me guess the sneeze and allergies? So please, never ask a gift, bomb me these or always squish it for your ooh. I mean, I'll squeeze it for your visa. Steady listen up my topic of shoes. I know about the hits.
That's what I was kind of thinking.
I stay cool with my raps, wraps it up with the
Whatever their aims.
so I'm jonesing for a meal, but yo, for real. I don't steal, attacks the whites or blacks, or should I say the whatever the case may be.
Are denied knowledge of the doctrine.
sluggish rubbish gets no play, much like pea soup. He gets a finger, take a holiday. Who's that floats in all verses? Tight like Fort Knox and old ladies to their verses. Swing De Niro, Benito incognito. Tune from Mr. Alex Aronga to your Uncle Guido. You kept kicking but couldn't kick up his leg. Yo, your manny Jackie Chan, that's why you're still dropping your gang. Bang to boogie, don't rely on fortune cookies. Tell the fortune tellers ain't no lucky for, cause I'm the best seller. I stop it to drop the moves on your drippy. Skills that send chills, are just a Guinness, Dalton Doopy. Yes, I inhale from Rexdale right down to Maui. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust, and then I'm outie. Outie 5,000. I'm rousing when it's clever.
Doesn't A negate the question's inference though? I can see why it would seem like it would negate it, but in my opinion, I don't think that it really does. Because it's like, how would they even have the option to choose it if they don't have the knowledge of the doctrine of it? I'm thinking D, but because it's like, replace doctrine of utilitarianism with doctrine of meritocracy or whatever other system. It's like they're not going to be, they wouldn't choose those on the basis of those systems existing on their own. They would choose on the basis of the fundamental rights. And that those fundamental rights could coincide with the systems of utilitarianism and meritocracy. But I don't know. I think I'll choose A and B though, just because of the sake that, or just for the sake that it's what I'm kind of leaning towards, and it's like my self-testing. So if I fuck up, then it's on me.
Cocaine, my devilish deliveries, histories like a mystery. Kids are beyond it like Nordica, sorting ya with the water that's blessed by religion. The killer Christian makes the illest of incisions. The realest that your feelings not.
They need to change the music too. It's a little too much for me. Oh, Daniel Caesar is a new song?
You hold my head, but in your head you've already left.
Okay, I can't. I'm gonna get copyright struck. But I'm not monetized, so...
Summertime in November, sunny days in the clouds.
Okay.
For as long as I remember, you're all I think about. Sun reflecting of your skin, so cinematic and nice. Eternity starts to set in, I look into your eyes. You make a pun, why you're not content. I like when you're soft, you look like the sunset. Your last man was wrong, now you gotta pretend. Can we break in the middle, say that a little? Love is all you got. Oh, Caroline, I'll stay here all night long. I'll never turn this car around. Them other guys don't care, but I do, babe. You wanna dance all over town? I'll take you there. Oh, I'll take you there. Oh, honey, I'll take you there. So nice, so nice. Tonight, you and I.
Okay. Hopefully I'm not a fucking retard. What kind of social and economic inequalities does Rawls believe the people in the original position would agree to permit? The people in the original position would not permit any social and economic inequalities. They would require strict equality of income and wealth. The people in the original position would permit only those social and economic inequalities that work to benefit the least well-off members of society. What does it mean, original position? Is that like an actual official term? I don't remember this. Whatever.
Somewhere in the middle, I think I lied a little. I said if we took it there, I would.
The original position of offering the outcome, perhaps? Yeah. I don't know. I shouldn't have taken a break between this. I'm horrible. I'm gonna look up and see if Rawls... Okay, so it is an actual thing.
Exactly where I want me, yeah, underneath your body, yeah. If we take it further, I swear I ain't gonna break. So baby, come try me, baby, come find me, baby, don't wind me up.
So I think it is... They work to benefit the well-sleep... Let me see. I believe that it is B. Because as opposed to the hypothetical position, the original position takes into account of a pragmatic perspective showing that real instances in which people are disadvantaged. We'll see if this is it, but I'm pretty sure this is like there are people that are worse off in society, and that we can do things to account.
Grips on your waist from way back way. You know that I don't play. Streets not safe, but I never run away, even when I'm away. OT, OT, there's never much love when we go OT. I pray to make it back in one piece. I pray, and that's why I need a one dance. I got a hand of
Which of the following distributive systems is Rawls' favor? Holding constant equal. Basic liberties for all. A feudal? No. A libertarian? No. A meritocratic? I don't think so. Okay, we're gonna do this. I might be getting a live channel in that server so people can join and fuck with you. Not you specifically, but... Okay, so number 1 D, number 2 B, number 3 D. Fuck you. Based. Based. Alright, what was your answer for number 1? B, I think, right? Wait, no. Wait. Is that his B, does not truly account for individualism, which is an earlier critique from the course when it brings up libertarianism. From the course when it brings up libertarianism as a counter. Alright. I should have listened to you, but not really, because I don't want to get a cheated answer. I want to earn it.
It's definitely supernatural. Cause I'm indefinitely
based.
Now I'm a satellite and I'm touching the sky. Cause I got high on the day that we met, and I never came down. I'm addicted. Haven't left my mind since the day that we met. You've been stuck in my head. All I want is you. After all this time, baby, everything you want. sets my soul on fire. And I've been loving the way that you're making me feel. Baby, nothing has changed and it never will. 'Cause all I want is you. You are the center of my universe. 'Cause everything I do revolves around you. 'Cause Galileo never held you in his arms.
Sorry, I'm just figuring out something real quick.
Can't get enough of you, so beautiful it hurts. I'm King Solomon just writing songs about you. I wanna give you all the love inside my heart. All I want is you. After all this time, baby, everything you do sets my soul.
Do you mean look like I do fine in this, or something else? Alright, I just did this one. I should be good. I got this. I'm gonna lock in. How would Rawls respond to the following incentives objection? If we raise taxes too high, Michael Jordan will refuse to play basketball and CEOs will go into less productive lines of work. Well, Rawls will respect that even as... That's not true. I don't think that's true. I was taking the effective incentives. If raising the marginal tax rate would discourage that are necessary, then Rawls would object to raising taxes. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Rawls, if raising the marginal tax rate would discourage talented to employers lines of work that are necessary for the benefit of the regional. I think it's D. Yeah, I think it's okay.
Sunday morning rain is falling. Dress some cover, share some skin.
Because he does want to counterbalance both of these at the same time. So if you raise it too much and it takes away from people actually wanting to pursue these things, his main priority isn't the entire economy, it's going to be the people that are the least well off in society that he wants to have benefited from this. Is D because wants to have a healthy both maintaining the idea of talent participating as well as prioritizing the least well off. How would Rawls respond to the following meritocratic objection? People who work hard and exert effort deserve to receive greater benefit. Rawls would argue that his principles of justice are aimed at rewarding effort, and therefore the objection does not undermine his theory. Let me turn this down a little bit. Alright, I'm gonna join this channel so that I can Yeah. Would argue that effort is not an appropriate moral basis of distributive shares. Would argue that even the willingness to strive conscientiously depends on family circumstances and contingencies, which come clearly. Rawls would argue that his two are aimed at rewarding effort. Are they truly though? I guess he would say that it's not a moral basis of distributive to the man. Rawls would argue that even the willingness to strive conscientiously. God damn, I am overthinking it, but I don't. That's what I think I'm leaning most towards, to be honest, yeah. Because if he is objecting to it in Milton Friedman's case, then I would imagine that, yeah. But whenever I see this shit where it's like both or none, it's like this just fucks with my mind. Wait. Fuck. I was about to write out justification, but my justification sounded like B. Let's say that people are born in different circumstances, and it's a matter of fact, and that you don't really claim ownership of those circumstances necessarily. Or is that a different critique? The incentives, it's not. It's just. Which one can come in? No, I think it is C. Because this doesn't really speak to the sentiment that I was talking about. Okay, I'm just... How would Rawls respond to the following libertarian objection? The difference principle, by treating our natural talents as common assets, violates the right to self-ownership. I would not say it's D. I would not say it's C. I think it would be B because I remember him talking about how it's not oppositional to the libertarian framework. It's just that we don't do it to the extent that we do. But so maybe A? Yeah. Oh. I'm suppressed. Hold on. Let me mute this, actually. Kill me. Close out of this. I don't know if he's waiting for me to talk or if he realizes that I'm suppressed. Sounds like communism versus freedom. He has not addressed the idea.
Unmuted, brother.
Oh. What's up, brother?
Ah, not too much. I just set the title of the room there. Did you want me to pop down and let people know what you were doing, or?
I don't really care too much, to be honest, but I just like the idea of there's some characters like what's his name, June. I like June. He's pretty cool. But like that sort of style of person, I think would just be fun to have hop on sometimes. But it's nothing like super particular, so you don't have to worry about like doing that necessarily unless you want to. But I'm chilling.
Okay, give me 2 seconds there.
Whoa. I think he's telling the other people. So I think it's A. It says it doesn't really contend with it, so because Rawls does not really address the objection that Nozick presents. And also it is not in opposition, right? It is not in opposition. All right. So, number 1, D. Number 2, C. Number 3, A. We're gonna go for it. Eat shit. Eat shit. Fucking goddamn it. Fuck. Would it be B? How would Rawls respond to the following meritocratic objection? People work over. Welcome back. Welcome, welcome.
I dropped a message in the side chat there.
Thanks, little gup. So are they gonna be allowed to speak if they want?
Yeah, I've unmuted Doc Holiday as he comes in, and if you need someone muted, just let me know.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
So what would this even be? What the fuck? How would Rawls... Does he even address this? Um, I feel like A is synonymous almost with B. God damn it. Okay. It's retarded. How are you guys tonight?
Ah, big chillin'.
Any good?
Yeah, big chillin', bro.
Any good drama?
I don't think anything popped off today other than, I think Pompish beheaded Anthony, quote unquote. He took him off his wall.
I did see that, yeah. And I think Anthony messaged him.
Yeah. Oh, he threw like shaving cream and everything all over that bitch. God damn. Imagine being so upset with a guy that you give him a fake face shot.
True.
Right.
Like, could it be me, man? Couldn't be me.
He's in DGG now, right?
I think he's in DDG and the Bikini Bottom or whatever that other side server is.
Oh, I think they were serving his ass up in DDG yesterday. That's what I heard.
I heard that too. I didn't get to witness that though. That must have been interesting.
Yeah, word got to them about the crazy shit he got kicked out of here for that I won't repeat. And yeah.
The Troy?
No, Anthony.
Never mind, sorry. I think I misheard you.
Yeah, that happened earlier too. Troy came in here, fucking Black Metal came in here drunk and said the gamer word a whole bunch of times.
Yeah, if I were to pull up his rap sheet, I think his rap sheet is almost exclusively that, brother. I'm not gonna even front. User Black Metal Troy. Yeah, if you check the side chat.
All right.
See escalating punishments
Holy
for
shit.
repeated hard R.
No hard R, hard R, hard R, saying N-word, hard R, repeated hard R to an entire VC. And he was here for... Wait. Okay, never mind. 23 days.
He's been here for less than...
That's funny. Half of them are you, Darkson.
Yes. Yes. It's so much fun wrangling the drunkards.
Yeah, they hit him hard today. You just gave him like 5 minutes, 15 minutes. I gave him 6 hours today. They're like,
Yeah,
go
but
sober up, motherfucker.
mine were also the first offenses and shit too, right?
True.
So it makes sense.
Well, he went on a tirade instead of like 5 times in a fucking row.
Well, the other times I feel people kind of almost baited him into it, and they also received punishments.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
that's why the reduced punishment for him, because I try to use my discretion and a little bit of nuance when I'm dealing with really drunk people.
Yeah.
You know what kills me though? People could say any variation or like a different slur they wanted pretty much in here, but everybody has to go for that one. I don't get it.
It's the edgy one that gets their fucking reaction.
I think it's-
and gets the mods to fucking get up off their ass. You know what I mean?
It stings the most.
Yeah.
Is that him in his profile picture? What the
Who,
fuck?
Troy?
Yeah.
If it's him with that black t-shirt, I'm pretty sure.
It's like
The
a...
black muscle shirt.
I think it's like a younger version of himself with makeup on.
Yeah, he's an interesting one, and I still can't believe what Anthony did to himself the other day. Like, what a freaking idiot.
Yeah, fucking seriously.
He's just like Jesus.
You know, that's brutal. He's like Jesus. That's more like being Muhammad, brother. Like,
Right?
not trying to be rude here, but like, Jesus just walked around with prostitutes and shit. Like,
Yeah, that's true, I guess.
Shit, nowadays they call him a pimp.
Jesus is basically Andrew Tate.
Jesus was basically Andrew Jesus.
Where, was Troy and, fuck, what's his name? Troy and Paul going at it? I saw that they were together.
I can't remember who pissed him off. Like it happened so fucking fast because like I caught like hopped in at the last minute, and then I just heard like everybody fucking with Troy, and he apparently he was just obliterated, fucking drunk, been drinking all day and night apparently.
Yes, he has.
And so I don't know, somebody got to him, and then like I said, he just let that shit fly like 4 or 5 times.
Well, that was me.
I warned him, and he's all like, "You say it again, I'm just gonna give you more time."
That was me talking to him because I was trying.
Okay.
He was talking about the deep state earlier, like some Alex Jones conspiracy theory shit, and the Great Replacement. How the Jews are, and Israel is partnering with the United States of America to replace the white people in America. So then he had that dude in his fucking garage.
Yeah, it was something like that.
Yeah.
It was fucking the way I remember it. Like they were talking about Mandela effect, and then he went off on a fucking tangent about that replacement bullshit, saying somebody was going to replace him or some shit, and then that's when it started going down.
He's not well. I would be surprised if he's not dead right now.
Fuck. I don't think he's dead. I think he's probably passed out. Unless he's on that Pookie and just on a fucking 3-4 day bender.
He looks like the fat kid. Wait, what?
There's some
Oh,
colorful
I get it. Yeah.
characters in here.
Who's your favorite?
I'm learning that.
Oh, who's my favorite colorful character? That's hard. Paul's definitely an interesting one. I think Paul's more interesting than Troy.
Well, Paul got a whole backstory too, if you even know, like with the podcasting and shit. I've been watching Paul for fucking years.
I have no clue who this guy is, and probably will never look up into it beyond what I learned through mine and his interactions. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You're talking about Paul?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you watch Destiny?
I did.
Personally, no, but I catch clips here and there.
I don't catch any of the recent clips. I think
There was a debate.
I watched
It was like a 5-hour Israel-Palestine debate, and it was with Paul. And that's probably one of the more notable like pieces of content that I think he was a part of recently.
I actually might watch that. I wouldn't mind seeing Paul fucking deal with goddamn Destiny's bad faith arguing.
It was just retarded. I think Paul just is not very educated about it, so he
I feel like what's his name just steamrolled him anyway without even watching it because I know how Destiny rolls.
I think he is pretty good faith.
Yeah.
Thank you guys, I really appreciate it. Yeah, me too. I'm
Yeah,
having
I
trouble finding any
wasn't a
concrete
big
numbers
fan
here.
when-
It's all very
when
kind
I
of opaque.
heard that,
When I've
but,
gone looking for
like,
numbers like this in the past, because
I don't know,
police department is the one that decides how many interactions happen. You know what I mean? They're the ones tracking it.
Like, isn't
So,
what he
numbers
did
are always-
technically
Yeah, I
fucking crime or whatever, like the revenge porn shit?
I don't think
Nah, it was
so.
worse than that. I was probably like he said some shit to a little kid.
No, he didn't.
No, I didn't think it was kid shit. I thought it was like revenge porn or sending people shit non-consensually, which is revenge porn in my head anyways.
I think that was the initial claim, but I think that like as the stuff had come out, like there was more and more just showing that like that it was like a mutual sort of thing where they're sexting other people and then sending clips of each other to those people, and yeah.
If that's how it turned out, then I don't know. I didn't keep up with it. I've heard I heard the initial shit there, and I thought that was pretty brutal.
Yeah, I think that's why a lot of people distance
Like,
themselves
even-
initially.
Well, I don't know. Even if you're sending like, I know somebody who was sent this shit, like some of those clips and things, and like that. I don't think it's cool to be sending it to people who didn't consent to it initially either. Like, I think the whole situation is just kind of weird personally. Like, I seek explicit consent before I send anything intimate or personal or of that nature, just because, like, that's just the normal thing to do, IMO. So I don't agree with the whole approach or situation, really.
I think I would
Like, if he
generally
had
agree.
consent to send the original material, that's cool, but if you're sending that material that's consensual to people that don't consent to seeing it, like, that's just kind of weird. It's almost like a voyeurism in a type of way to me, like digital voyeurism.
Are you saying that he just randomly sent the...
I think I think there's at least one case I know of where he sent it to someone who wasn't interested to seeing it at all. Yes.
Interesting. I don't know if I've heard that claim before. Are they a part of the lawsuit or anything?
I don't think that they're a part of the lawsuit. No, I think they're somebody who stayed out of that, if I remember correctly.
Gotcha.
I could ask her later and double check with you though, or double check for you though.
Wait, what do you mean meritocracy in action? Deserves, doesn't deserve?
Oh, fuck, man.
Do
Trying to
you...
get a low rank in any game is frickin' AIDS, by the way. Oh, what's up?
Do you buy Steam games when they're on sale and then never play them?
No. Typically the games I'm buying are ones that I'm playing right away.
Okay. That's good.
Yeah. Or ones I know that'll be like the hour drop games for me. Like, I did buy KOTOR 2 when it went on sale last on Steam. And I pop an hour into that every, like, week or so. As a little, like, single player solo game.
Bro, this game looks so cute. What the hell? It's a...
Do they have a sale on right now? Is that what's going on there?
I just saw this one with the discount. It's called Let Them Trade. It's like a board game, I guess, but it looks super cool. Trying to find shit to do in the background while I watch this video.
Fair enough. I'm just running some Overwatch right now, wondering why I still play this game.
Which, who do you play as?
Usually healers, either Mercy, Moira, or Lifeweaver. And then when I'm not playing healer, I'm usually tank. But it's hard when you're popping out like consistent, like top healing and least amount of deaths amongst healers, and you're still losing. It's just,
Is this? Sean Hannity. Did he do an interview with this dude? Wait, no, I think I have this. Peter shows exactly. God, Pete Hegseth is just such a fucking retard.
American politician, if I remember correctly.
Yeah. He's the head of
What is he up
the
to?
Department of Defense. I just saw a photo of him and it triggered me.
Couldn't guarantee that they could take the equipment away.
Do they have a part 2? So the drama is real? What does that mean?
All right, yesterday we spoke with the computer repair shop owner at the center of zero experience Hunter Biden scandal, John Paul Mac Isaac. He shared his story and provided exclusive details regarding the content on Hunter's hard drive and the documents that showed very high likelihood Joe lied to the country when he said he had no knowledge of Hunter's business dealings. We did reach out to Hunter Biden's attorney for comment.
Yes, the screws are small.
Sir, thank you for being with us.
Thank you. Evening, Sean.
Let's get into the document side of it. So there were, would it be a fair statement to say that what you...
What you guys are talking about on Destiny, that shit's wild. Are you talking about the video stuff or something else? Who the fuck is John Solomon? What the fuck? Oh, I guess he was somebody who did an interview with this guy. Close out of that. I'll keep this here. Yeah, I think it's weird that people do it, but also because I'm not part of that sort of stuff, so I don't know. But from my understanding, it's seems like both of them had sent like those videos. So I don't really care about it as much. Hexeth is looking at a probe now. What do you mean? Is there a way that I can, do I need permissions to stream, like, a video? Or stream a camera or something in here?
I don't believe so.
I didn't know if it was just like a general arena thing or something. Alright, so this is John Paul Mac Isaac. When was this interview? Disgusting fucking loser. January 22nd. When was this one? January 22nd. Oh, I guess this is part one. So I'll start with this. This one. I cannot believe this dude went on PBD.
Oh, Patrick Bet David?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fucking losers. But fuck it, bro, it's your shit. There we go. So this was... It's the Daily Beast article. This is him here. What was this, 2021? Alright. I'm gonna stop muting just as a heads up. Because I was reading chat and muting. So if you hear me just speaking, that's why. I don't want you to get spooked.
No worries.
You say he's looking at a probe now. He denied the wrong general in his promotion. In the military promotions, we usually done deals before they're done. All the time you get those stripes in this process. Yeah, I don't... Is he really gonna get fucked for the signal stuff, though? I don't think anybody gives a shit anymore. I think people are just moving on. But that's why I wanted to, like, look into this schizophrenic ass shit, because I'm just curious how all of it just kind of, like, built up to this huge conglomerate of nothing. I'm super curious, like, if the Fox News people were sued for defamation about the Dominion voting machines, I wonder if they knowingly lied about the laptop stuff as well. It's insane. Are you excited for the Ghislaine Maxwell pardon? Or are you even following that? And Darkson?
Oh, no, I haven't really been following that, but I would not be excited about it either. I think if uh, there's been as many victims as like what was originally laid out for both of them, I don't think either of them should be seeing any sort of sunshine. One obviously can't, right? But
Yeah. I don't know how much.
especially if she was like grooming the women or getting them to like somehow otherwise sign up with this man, like I think she's just as guilty.
Yep. I think she's gonna be answering questions and giving answers that are favorable to Trump for a quid pro quo sort of pardon deal, like he did with Eric Adams in New York.
You're thinking so?
Probably, yeah. It seems like how it is continuing to go on under this administration. Someone will do fuck shit that is in the benefit for Trump and his admin, and then he'll either reward them or pardon them, or yeah, it's insane. Like with the Eric Adams stuff and the ICE people, with the January 6ers being pardoned. I don't remember if he pardoned Steve Bannon, but I know he pardoned other people of the administration. I think in the end of his first term. I could be wrong. It's all just, yeah. I can totally see it.
Well, wasn't everybody just so upset when Biden did his pardon?
Yeah, but I don't think it was anything near the level of what Trump had done. And I think also Biden was retroactively vindicated for his pardons. So I could care less if people are as upset as they are about the Biden pardons. Like, it's probably not good to do that, generally speaking, but I'm not going to excuse him for pardoning people preemptively just for the sake of Trump targeting them, I guess, which is what he's doing now. So I think he's vindicated.
I think the last two rounds of presidential pardons have been kind of sussy. Like I think it wasn't Hunter pardoned pretty much carte blanche for like a span of over a decade. Like that's kind of messed up in my opinion. Like, and that includes him leaving the gun in the alleyway by the school, or in the garbage can there, and like all the other shit. Like I think he should have, if to meet him any better spot than Trump, he should have been a lot more selective with what he pardoned. But see, Livy.
I don't know. I think that they definitely went after Hunter for bullshit. So I really don't care about the Hunter Biden pardon. Like I don't think that he did anything like particularly egregious. And I would be like personally uncomfortable with like equating the two.
Wait, you don't think leaving a loaded firearm in a dumpster near a school is kind of like that's not pretty brutal?
I don't think so. But I also don't know the details of that, so let me look it up real quick.
I'm pretty sure, if I remember correctly, because remember I'm Canadian, this is like secondhand shit to me. But I'm pretty sure he got it was either him or his partner at the time ended up disposing of his firearm that he wasn't supposed to have anyways in some sort of like dumpster in an alley somewhere near a school.
Okay, so widow of Beau Biden tells jurors in Hunter Biden's gun trial that she threw firearm in trash can. She described to Thursday how she put it into a leather pouch, stuffed it into a shopping bag, and tossed it into a trash can outside a market near her home. The widow of Hunter Biden's brother told jurors in his federal gun trial Thursday about the moment she found the revolver in his truck, describing how she put it into a leather pouch, stuffed it into a shopping bag, and tossed it into a trash can outside a market near her home. I panicked and I wanted to get rid of them. She testified about finding the gun and ammunition in the vehicle's console in October of 2018. I didn't want him to hurt himself, and I didn't want any of my kids to find it and hurt themselves. The purchase of the Colt revolver by Hunter Biden and Haley Biden's frenzied disposal of it are the fulcrum of the case against him. Federal prosecutors say that President's son was in the throes of a heavy crack addiction when he bought the gun. He's been charged with 3 felonies, lying to a federally licensed gun dealer, making a false claim on the application by saying he was not a drug user, and illegally having the gun for 11 days.
And then not even properly disposing of it.
Yeah, I don't give.
I don't know. I think
I don't care about
the wifey
this.
might have did him a solid there and took the blame for that.
Yeah, I think that makes it an even stronger case for me not really caring about this being a big deal whatsoever. I don't
know, when you're pardoning just obvious like even shit that if you're saying it's not that big of a deal, then it shouldn't have been that big of a deal to pardon, right? Like he shouldn't have been pardoned in the first place if it was a nothing burger. He should have just dealt with it.
I generally
he got
agree.
away with that and a bunch of other shit, right? So
What do you
just
mean by a
think that
bunch of other
it's
shit, though?
The same shit in a different. Didn't he get pardoned for a bunch of other like didn't they clear him for like a 10-year span of any wrongdoing? Like nothing within that. I think it's 10 to 12-year span is nobody can go after him for anything.
Well, do you mean that
Is
like
that
when
not the
when
terms of the presidential pardon?
when you
Like
say
I don't think it was just a couple of isolated events. I think they did a time period, right? Am I mistaken in that?
Let me double check. But whenever I hear you say, actually, hold on. A full and unconditional pardon for those offenses against the United States which he has committed or may have committed or taken part in during the period from January 1st, 2014.
A lot more that his son did, and I think if they would have just cleared the nothing burgers just so that someone didn't overpunish him, sure. But when you're doing a 10-year unconditional fucking span of a pardon, you know he did something fucked up. At least IMO. That might just be my bias.
Well, where does the bias come from? Because I don't think there's any evidence that shows he did anything else that was improper.
Well, I think the bias comes from if the wording of the pardon and the duration of it. But that could just be my own personal bias. I don't really care though. Like I'm not invested in your guys' politics, right?
Gotcha.
At the end of the day, it's just outsider perspective.
Gotcha. I guess my issue is the comparison between Trump's pardons and Biden's.
I think they're both. I think the common link is that I don't agree with either of them. That's about it, right? Like I don't, for different reasons, but I don't think either round of the presidential pardons in either of the last 2 administrations were ones that I was really okay or comfy with.
But you would say that like one's way worse than the other, though, right?
If on the sliding scale of both fucked up, yeah, like they're both fucked up, but I think Trump's would probably show a little bit more more of an exchange for the pardons, and it would make me question it a bit more. But I still question the Biden pardon. Like that doesn't detract from it, but I think Trump's are probably a little bit worse.
Oh, okay.
But I don't think we'll ever know the full extent of the Biden stuff either, so it's hard to
Sure, but
say for certain, right?
If the Biden stuff was, they had a committee dedicated to it for years, and they found nothing that they originally accused him of and rung him through the process of, and the strongest case that they came against him with was a violation of a gun charge or whatever, like, I would imagine they probably don't have much, if at all, anything.
Hello, I was invited. What are we talking about?
What's up, buddy? Fuck, what was it?
We were just talking about the last 2 rounds of presidential pardons, and we were going through what we didn't like about them, respectively. He's more for the Biden pardons than I was.
Biden's pardons against whom? His son?
Yeah.
We were specifically talking
Oh,
about him,
yeah.
yeah, but
It's. I think I'd mentioned this like in a debate against one of my friends a few days ago, that I kind of feel like to be president, like that level of leadership should require you to have like a highly functional family. Like I just don't
Yes.
really think that we should be electing people who don't exude like the most extremely positive family life like possible. Like I'm even in favor of like excluding like non-traditional like relationships from the role just to like make it so that it's like absolutely like you have to have like solid morals, solid leadership, and like I just don't really see someone being a good president unless they can be a good father, a good house leader, right?
well, I think that applies
I guess that's my main issue with it.
to Biden, where he was a good father. He had good morals. He had a good structure, good like vision for the presidency.
The man, the first time he ran, stole the French president's or prime minister's speech from that year, and even tried to steal his educational accolades. He's been a morally gray character from the start.
Wait, steals the
And I
French.
mean, even beyond that,
Yeah, go look back at Biden in the 80s and look at the speech scandal with him, and you'll see what I'm talking about.
I just mean even having family problems to me is like a red flag, even if it's like no fault of your own. Like I wouldn't want a president who's like, you know, wife just died of like a random sudden heart attack. Not because like I think those things make people bad people, just because it's like there's like a certain standard to I think this role specifically that is like should be extremely high.
I feel like that standard just kind of disqualifies so many people, like to where it'd be basically impossible to have anybody to serve as president on that basis.
Well, I mean, like the standard for president already is very high.
Well, I generally
one more?
agree, but I'm saying that like the standard of having a what would you consider it? Like an upstanding like family life, like you said, even if it's not the fault of the president himself, that they would be held responsible
Yeah.
for somebody else in their family doing fuck shit.
Or even just something that seems like unstable, right? I guess it's just like kind of like a I don't know. I've heard this, I don't really know how true it is. But one of my friends in the military says like on like foreign or US military bases in foreign nations, right? Like if I was like the kid of like an officer there and I sleep with another officer's kid and get her pregnant, like both of our parents are getting like discharged. Right? Like we hold certain people in leadership positions, at least in our military, to if this is true, and I guess I don't know if it is, but if it is, I support it. Like when we hold people to these like extremely high standards, not because it's about them being good or bad people if these things happen to them. It's about like, can you do your job with like these like external stressors like very, very well, right? Like to do the role of president, you're like probably the singularly most important person in our republic. You need to have like very, very minimal amounts of like external noise. Things like family drama or trauma, tragedy, stuff like that can really be very negatively impactful even on a normal person, let alone somebody who also has to care for like 330 million souls.
Sure, I think I would agree with the general sentiment, but I don't know how that really would apply necessarily to, I guess, like what we're seeing with Biden in his last term or anything like that.
Oh, did you find what I was talking about with his plagiarization in the 80s there?
I'm searching for it. I don't know if you can find a link faster than...
I'll find something to it after, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Biden was a whip, right? I think in the Senate.
What is it?
Was Biden a whip in the Senate?
A whip?
Yeah.
What does that mean?
Like he's like like when the party is like voting on things, right? You send the whip over to other party members, like when they're like having iffy feelings about voting for a bill, and like they try to like set them straight or like get, you know, some type of deal orchestrated so that they'll vote on it. So it's like who was it? Like with Joe Manchin, right? Or was it Joe Manchin? The West Virginia Democratic guy when Biden was in his first 2 years.
Oh,
Like that guy kind of caused Democrats like a lot of grievance, and like they had to send like a Democratic whip like after him to like get him to vote.
Okay, my game just finished. Give me 2 seconds. So, I'll.
I'm just asking out of pure curiosity.
I'm not even sure, to be honest.
No, you're good.
I wouldn't be surprised, though. I feel like he's very savvy when it comes to that sort of stuff.
Yeah. I'm assuming yes, but I can't find anything about it, so I'm guessing not.
Someone in my chat said no, he was never a whip.
I was mistaken then. Wait, what's your chat? Is it your same like name on Discord? On like Kick?
It's on YouTube.
Oh, W. Should I call you by what I know your name as, or should I call you Gatherer, like when you're on stream?
My name's fine. I don't really care.
Okay.
So
I don't know.
apparently it
People are
was-
always weird about that on Discord. I never really understood why.
You're good.
So apparently it wasn't a French guy, it was a British guy
Thank God.
that he did the plagiarization off of, and there's other. That was the big one in his 1988 presidential campaign, but there's been other instances throughout his early career where he would plagiarize major portions of other politicians' shit.
Eh. I can't be too mad at plagiarizing speeches, to be honest.
I'm trying to look for the examples at the moment, but what was this in response to? Why was this part brought up?
I was just saying that, like, well, I can't remember when I brought it up in response to, but I can send you the link to the shit.
Was it like the
that I found here
morally
on his
gray
campaign.
character or something?
Oh yeah, I still feel he's morally gray, and I think the early plagiarization, as well as like the widespread, like the wide brush pardon for that long of a time period. I just think that both of them are morally gray. Both of them are not the greatest.
Biden and Trump?
Yeah, Biden and Trump. I don't like either of them.
I don't know. I would
one's
say
significantly worse.
Biden can be like morally gray, but like Trump is. Maybe I'm like a psycho libtard. I think he's like genuinely evil.
No.
And I get that sort of vibe off both of you, and I can respect that. I just think they're both kind of shit.
I mean, one of them like maybe was like a mediocre president, maybe didn't have the best impact. The other one is like I think causing like the structure of the United States to like fall apart. Like would you agree to like that kind of outlining of like their terms, right? Like those are like the outcomes of their decision making.
Sorry, could you run that past me one more time there?
Like would you agree that like Joe Biden was maybe you could like describe him as like having like a somewhat mediocre presidency,
A baller
not
ass
leaving
presidency.
too much of like a impact in like the culture, and not really setting himself up to have like a great legacy.
I think you forgot to add the Trump part.
Well, yeah, I just want to ask like the first bit first, and then I'll get to the
Okay.
Trump thing.
Damn, he was a cutie.
Biden?
Yeah. He looks good.
He was a handsome young man. I don't know what it is. Democrats are just all handsome when they're younger.
True.
Young Hillary, bro?
Damn. Yeah.
And by young, I mean 25.
Ooh, almost hitting the wall.
I would say that like you could blame the Democrats for Trump, and I think that's fair as well.
No, it's not fair.
I mean, the Democrats are like at how popular right now? Like 33% polling national average.
Yeah, but it's because MAGA can just control the narrative, and then everybody will equate the sort of rhetoric or the sort of style of the two when they're not equatable at all. That's my problem.
Who was your guys?
I'm not equating them. I'm just saying that the Democrats have many. Sorry.
No, you're good. I was just gonna ask quick, who was the president during the BLM riots and all that shit?
I think Trump was
No, it
originally.
Trump.
Trump was, yeah.
Okay. Okay, so was it Biden who Okay, sorry. I'm just trying to remember if did Biden pardon people that were convicted during the roundup of people in that?
I don't think so.
Or was Hunter his only pardon?
He did a few pardons.
Certainly wasn't.
He
his
did
own.
several pardons, but yeah. I think he did his family. I think he did Fauci. I think he did some other people that were in prison for some petty crimes, I'm pretty sure.
Bill Clinton's brother. Roger Clinton. Also the native dude.
The one with the cane?
Leonard Peltier.
Oh, never mind.
I think. Oh, no. I mean, he's probably old, so he probably does have a can. Shit. I think that you could blame the Democrats for one thing, and that's being, like, unpopular. Wouldn't you agree?
Partially, but I think they're unpopular because MAGA has the ability to control the narrative so much in culture. That's the caveat that I would give. They're allowed to make shit up.
Say that they have a responsibility to be more, I guess, dynamic in like a culture where truth is losing its meaning?
I would generally agree, but I would say also that like the way it's just so unprecedented that I don't know if, and I would have a reasonable expectation for anybody to be able to combat the narratives that are just constantly put forward at the rate in which they're put forward. And yeah,
Easy, you start lying, just like they do.
no, I don't think you start lying, and I don't think that's a good strategy. But I think you should play it dirtier. I think that you should play, and you should be more confrontational. Yeah, there's so many bitch-made like liberals, and they can be
I
so
mean, yeah,
much
but
cooler.
if that doesn't include like some level of lying or directed politicization of violence, I mean, what does it really mean for us to play dirtier if we're going to lock up all the best tools that we can use to combat the Republicans?
I don't think that you have to be violent, and I don't think you have to be. I don't think you have to lie. I think you just have to have a strong stance. You have to speak to the general demographic of people that that feel disenfranchised. Like, you know, I think that's like the biggest thing with like the MAGA crowd is that they somehow shit on everybody, but then phrase it in such a way where it's like, oh no, we're just speaking for the interests of people. Like we're actually just like we're not the elites. The Democrats are the elites, and anyone else that speaks out against MAGA is the elites. That even like applies to like rhino Republicans, quote unquote, and then they're ostracized and then they're shit on endlessly, and there's no repercussions whatsoever for that sort of leadership. It's like a top-down leadership whereas the Democrats just are sporadic. They fight with each other. They fight with the leftists. They try to appeal to the leftists, and they're just cringe, and they're very milquetoast.
Honestly, from a more conservative to centrist side and opinion here, I think the leftists really fucked you guys. Then look, like recent elections here, like all the crazy, like the loudest and the craziest of any party is what's going to be like the fucking stereotype or fucking what have you for that group, right?
Well, the
And the loudest and
craziest and the
craziest of the
loud.
leftists.
Sorry, go on.
That's who's in charge of the Republicans.
Yeah.
Like right now. So.
Yeah, and look at what the Republicans are doing to themselves with the craziest and loudest of them, right?
They're not doing anything.
It's
They're
the
the
same
ones
thing you
that are in
guys did.
power. They're winning elections.
Yeah. I don't know.
Right? Like, you would say the right is winning elections and they have their crazies in power. And the left is, like, self-destruction.
Maybe we should.
There's probably crazier and more extreme than Trump, right? Like, are we really saying Trump is the ultimate right-wing American?
He doesn't have to be the
political guy there?
ultimate.
Like,
He doesn't have to be the ultimate, but he is fairly extreme, right?
I mean, even like JD Vance has like crazy, like, doesn't he have like a crazy NRX accelerationist like background?
I don't know, but you don't have to go to JD Vance because literally the president of the United States is already extreme as fuck. And that's already the basis that we're operating in when it comes to the left versus the right.
The issue is the crazy leftists, I don't think have like any real desire for power.
Yeah, they
And, like,
don't.
if they had it, they
And
wouldn't
people need to
do
stop
it.
appealing to them. They need to shut the fuck up or get the fuck out. And then we need to stop letting MAGA control the narrative on stupid shit like that because they're really not that much of an issue electorally, but they can somehow capitalize on the craziest that are clipped out of context or like just clipped randomly from the left and then capitalize that when it comes to running political campaigns. And it's such bullshit that
Well,
it
I
gets
think we need crazy, just not these ones.
No, we just need strong people. We don't need, like, Jasmine Crockett is like a good example, but then like the way she backs down on the Hot Wheels comment against the governor of Texas, it's like that looks so bitch made whenever you call them Hot Wheels and then you back up and you're like, well, I didn't actually mean that. I just meant like the wheels of the buses where he was deporting like immigrants from. Teehee. It's like, it's so bitch made. Just stand on business. Like, that's why Newsom is so
I know,
popular.
but like,
yeah, but you guys have to be so goddamn politically correct because the crazies in your party will fucking turn in on you and eat you guys.
I don't think that's
Yeah,
true.
that's what I'm saying.
Jasmine-
The
if
extremists,
Jasmine Crockett was,
extremists
like-
in your guys' party eats themselves. The extremists in the right party in America, not so much. They'll still show up and still vote as because it's at least something closer than the liberals,
Well,
right?
that's not very true. Like the extremists in the right destroyed themselves like 10 years ago. Just
And they
after
continue to
that, they
destroy
rebelled.
themselves, and they have no real representation, but they'd rather vote for something that's closer to their right side views than vote for the liberals. But they're fucking extreme lefties that'll fucking eat up any candidates in your guys' party and destroy support from inside.
Yeah, but it's not because
Well,
of
I mean,
political
like-
correctness, because whenever you have political correctness on the right, it's always like making a joke that's like at the expense of white people, or making a joke that's at the expense of like men, or like going against like Trump in any sort of legislation or any sort of like political attack or anything like that whatsoever. Like, they'll just completely demolish you. And it's not a case of just like being politically correct. It's a case of like following the leader.
The right-wing extremists had like their moment 10 years ago in Charlottesville, where all of them like came together to protest against like Confederate monument removal. And like in like basically 2 weeks, most of the major right-wing groups like kind of fell apart. Or at least most of the eminent and emergent ones, the Traditional Workers' Party, the American Black Shirts, the National Policy Institute. But they kind of like reconverged into like new ones to like try and like seek new paths to power and became smarter about it. leftist organizations kind of don't really have to stand up to or didn't ever have to stand up to the type of scrutiny that those groups were getting put up to after Charlottesville. They never really had to contend with the fact that, one, and most leftists I know, or most actual Marxists know this, there's no like point to electoralism because you elect a Marxist, it's not like they can do anything. They live in a capitalist system. You can't do anything unless you completely change the system fundamentally. So electing them is not going to do anything. So don't even try. But a lot of the leftists now think that they can kind of achieve things through the 1970s-esque hippie countercultural protesting thing. But all they do is like basically guarantee that the most conservative people are like going to be dominant in society. And when they get a liberal president, it won't be good enough for them, and then people will overwhelmingly swarm to the right, which is kind of exactly what ended up happening between Nixon to Carter to Reagan.
I don't know if
I mean, I kind of think that we're living in those times again, to be honest.
I'm not super familiar with that time period, so I can't speak on that specifically. I just think that generally I think it is just vibes, basically.
Yeah. But we need, if we're going to fight against extremists, we kind of do need a little bit of some crazies. Someone like Jasmine Crockett who's not willing to back down. Someone like Gavin Newsom who's willing to say, yeah, I would pack the Supreme Court and not apologize for it.
I think he
Because
would,
right now,
to be honest. I think he
people
would
want
say
to
that.
hear speech.
Is
Oh, I
Gavin
hope he
Newsom
does.
the
I
one
hope he
that
does.
botched the whole California wildfire thing?
Well, how did he botch it?
Didn't he assign people that were then incompetent and didn't have certain reservoirs and things filled and ready for the fires, amongst other things? Didn't he cut spending and funding for these people when they've seen an increase in these sort of activities over the last 10 years, stuff like that? Like, didn't he botch that? Or at least did he not at least fumble ag?
I mean, California has wildfires pretty regularly, and it basically is impossible to control them once they get to a certain point. Like,
Yes, but
once
if you
the
don't have the
wildfire,
water in the reserves ready there to fight the fires, or if you cut the amount of firefighters or the funding going to these guys to fight something that is pretty regular, what kind of results are you expecting?
my point is that there's nothing you can really do to fight it. Like, once it grows to a point where like the wind is carrying the fire, like you're just not going to be able to move enough water to really stop it from doing basically what it wants to. Is my understanding, and maybe I'm wrong and have a layman's understanding of it. But it's like California just has bad wildfires, and all the firefighters can really do is try to mitigate damage by soaking certain areas or dumping water on certain parts of the fire, but
Yeah, but
at some point you just have to let it burn.
yeah, but there's certain measures that we can take, like clearing about dead brush and other shit, and like doing regular maintenance, having the reservoirs filled so that, you know, you can do the work out in the farther reaches away from the, you know, fire hydrants and other big supplies of water. You know, there's certain things that you might not be able to fully stop it, but you can mitigate and make shit not worse, you know?
Well, I mean, to what extent they do that, and to what frequency California experiences these more and more intense wildfires, I think is like the thing that's up to debate. I don't know if I'm not particularly qualified to speak on it, just because I'm not really too familiar with those types of things. But I'd be somewhat willing to bet that they'd have to have like a somewhat decent department dealing with it. But also because it's so many like county governments who are also directly responsible, it's just it could just also generally be outside of his purview. Right?
But
Like
then it's
what is the
then
government supposed to do
how
about
far
having
removed is he from responsibility if he eventually has to, you know, assign people to deal with like the upper echelons of the shit, right? Like there's, and if he's the governor, can he not veto shit if he sees that shit's not being done and like fucking like is he like powerless? Was he powerless
I mean,
to in this whole
county
situation for
government?
cutting the funding and like cutting the for stopping the clearing and like not ensuring that people below him are doing his jobs, making sure the reservoirs are ready for fires near fire season? Like, is that really a big push to expect him to do?
Well, I mean, we don't live in like states where the governor has like all of the power, like in like all the legal power and precedent to impose on county governments. If
Okay.
the governor, I think that the governor can assume control of certain like units, right, or certain fire brigades, like in the case of like a state emergency, and they do have some power. But like in between that, like he doesn't really have the power to make sure that the LA County Fire Department is like well funded. That's like more an issue for that county, or well, for the state legislature, which might be diverting funds to those agencies, which he has an influence on. But I mean, can he really even determine its management? That seems something that's left up to the county, like government.
I literally just came here to call Bambi a dumb bitch and to fucking leave again.
Whoa.
But I didn't
What?
have permission to speak. I needed to be given that. But yeah, thanks.
Wh-
You're a dumb
Why?
cunt. Fuck.
What?
What was with that?
I don't know.
I don't know. Like, they told me not to message them, and I was like, I haven't messaged you guys in a week. Like, and then now there's that. Whatever. You guys continue your conversation. It's not
Well, the
important
guy I was
anymore.
talking to, I don't know where he went. He's gone now. Oh, Dark Sun went down. Okay.
He
Hello,
ran.
Nightwing.
He ran from you.
I guess. The incredibly interesting politics of middle management. We just need to kill low-level managers in Minecraft and Fortnite.
Who's live in here?
I am.
Harold.
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 Can I call you? Can I please just call you Harold? It's so funny.
Yeah, if you want to.
Awesome.
Alright, so your it's mod- Harold. Your mod just left. Dang, I was gonna say, let me move you to a private channel and then I'll just have people drag.
He ran.
Alrighty, man. Be good.
See ya.
Be good. Be safe. Alright. Don't break any of the rules. You're on YouTube, I imagine, or whatever. So can't break too many anyway. Oh, Darkson, you're back. Awesome. Darkson, should I just
Welcome
move
back.
these guys to the private channel and then you can just friggin' if people want to join Gathered stream, they can just request?
Vader said to do it up here, and we can unmute people as they want. I just bitched at them and whatnot. They have been reprimanded. They will not hop back up in here to cause out any more issues.
I don't know why they followed
For sure.
me and y'all, but
I think
If
Dirk is
this
just
becomes,
malding
like,
about something.
Probably Durka is a Mulder, yeah. If this is gonna become like a more regular thing though, I'll just make like a stream call.
Yeah. I
Alright,
appreciate
I'm
that.
gonna go back to playing the monkey game. I'm gonna break my high scores in OSU. Oh, later.
See ya.
Have a blessed one, you beautiful bastard.
Oh, there goes Bobby. But yeah, I wonder like what power the governor does have over like the management of counties. Because one thing I'm critical about the United States legal structure is like the existence of counties. I just don't think makes a lot of sense. There's probably a better way to divvy up like state sub-regional power that is a little bit more conducive to more direct and less what is it? It seems like a lot of problems in the US happen at a county level because of how disinterested Americans are in county politics. There's probably a way to make that better. And I'm willing to bet a lot of the problems with California's responses to natural disasters stem from that.
Well, from what I'm reading about it, it seems like they did have the funding that was necessary for it. It seems like they did have plenty of water supplies, like, that were ready on hand. It's just that the lack of rain during that time period dried out a fuck ton of the vegetation, and with the unique winds and the dry the dry lands, that it just spread at such a rate that they weren't able to replace the waters at a quick enough rate as they were using them.
Yeah, that makes sense. Also.
There's an environmental studies professor at the University of California said that the problem when city water infrastructure was built decades ago, planners didn't anticipate the conditions brought on by global warming.
Oh man,
You
global
know, there was
warming
like
is
2 or
talked
3
about.
reservoirs that they had questions on why they were empty, or fucking. Because there was like, yeah, there's the 117 million gallon Santa Ynez one.
But you would say that like the Texas floods were more egregious than this was, right? Like the response to it and the preparation for it.
True, Joshua. God has left no comment on the matter.
Let's see. What went on with the Texas floods? How long ago was that?
Wasn't it like last month?
Okay.
Or a few weeks ago
I'm
or
just trying to
something?
check into what flood you're talking about, right? Once again, Canadian. I'm not super
We're good.
caught up and involved with a lot of these. Wildfire was a one-off just because like we have a lot of wildfires up here too, and that's something I can definitely look at and be like, how the fuck did it?
Actually, it happened this month, sorry. The flooding. July 5th, I think?
Okay, so it happened at the beginning of the month there.
Yeah.
Let's see.
How many people died in those wildfires? The LA wildfires. 31. Interesting.
Jeez, that's quite a few.
How many people died in the Texas flood? 137. God damn.
Confirmed. God hates Texans, and I do too.
Last time Texas had a flood was 2017 with Hurricane Harvey, and before that, tornado flood outbreak 2015. Okay. So it's regular enough. It's not as regular as the forest fires there, but
As forest fires in Cali or Texas?
no, in Cali. Sorry, I
Cali.
was trying to see like what's the regularity of these floods versus the wildfires, because he asked me which one's more egregious, right? So I'm trying to see what the severity and regularity of it is and what the response
shit,
was right
okay.
now. I'm just looking at the response right now to see what the response was. Yeah.
I would be probably willing to bet that California sees probably significant more damage from wildfires, right? Just because they can impact probably higher populated areas than the town that was flooded in Texas. Was that a coastal town, or that was like a wait?
Well, he's saying responses and like aid.
Yeah. I mean, it makes sense. If your state doesn't deal with something very much, you're probably just going to count your losses. Ugh.
Robbie, I think you would like this game.
Which one?
The Precinct.
I saw it on Steam.
Yeah, I've been playing it past all day.
I've seen. We're quite the You spent $30 on this game.
I ain't no brokey.
Remind me again, how employed are you right now?
Slightly less employed than you.
Uh-huh.
Alright, I'm sorry. Who is streaming or what is the stream?
Harold is streaming, and what are we talking about?
And comparing
Harold,
the
what do you want us
tragedies
to talk
of,
about?
well, we're just talking about the Trump versus the Biden stuff, and then started talking about Gavin Newsom and then his response to the LA wildfires and the obligation that he had to the communities, and then now we're talking about the Texas flooding, or I guess he's looking into it now or something.
Yeah, I'm looking into it right now. Yeah.
A lot of American
It's not
politics.
looking like that was handled great. I'm definitely going to say that right off the bat. I think the warning they did for uh, the second impact of that flood and that storm was meager. Like they should not have allowed people to still go and do their thing with that sort of warning and that sort of like fucking risk out in effect there. That probably led to a little bit more of the issues and the people missing. At least from what I'm reading right now. It looks like they sent out like maybe 3,000 people with the FEMA shit. Yeah, 2,000 volunteers.
Hmm.
It took 2 days to get a federal disaster declaration on Trump's part. Kind of aids.
What is it?
Oh, it took 2 days to get Trump to do the federal disaster declaration. After Abbott declared it on the 4th, and then by the 10th, the like actual big relief groups started to help the citizens. It looks like so. Took 6 days from the original state declaration for there to be any real like organized federal help.
And which one was that for?
That this is for the Texas floods. That's what you were
Yeah,
asking me about, right?
I wasn't.
Oh no, sorry. That was more of a question towards Gather because I was pretty sure that's what he was asking me to look up. Right? Was the
Yeah.
2025 Texas floods and do a comparison?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty AIDS. I'd agree that's probably a little more AIDS than California, but still AIDS.
Okay.
I think that having a 6 day response, like a response time for a catastrophic flood like that's kind of brutal.
Well,
Although I don't
think-
know what Texas really could have done other than like maybe look at doing like some sort of waterway management to help disperse like huge volumes of water, but it only looks like they get this in a cycle of like maybe every 5 years or so. So I don't know how much willingness to fund something like that there's going to be, right? Because that'd probably be a state project, not a federal project, right?
Well, I think part of the issue is that there was federal aid that was given to one of the major counties that was affected, but they refused to accept the aid because they were afraid that the administration at the time, which was Biden's administration, would come and take their land if they accepted the federal aid. And so the citizens of that county refused to accept it. And then the majority of those funds, they didn't return them at all. They kept them, and the majority of it was designated to the sheriff's department rather than actual like sirens or like alarms or anything like that.
I hate county government so much.
Well, I think that, and also with the Doge cuts, they were cutting a fuck ton of departments in the government, and ended up cutting a lot of people that worked for the National Weather Service, and so they were short-staffed, and they made it more difficult to communicate with different groups that were on the ground during the time for the Texas flooding.
Weren't the Republicans talking about privatizing the National Weather Service in its entirety at some point?
I don't know. If they do, they're probably gonna all die. I think there was like, what was it, $10 million or something that was given, or like offered by the federal government, but like 7.5 million of it went to the sheriff's department. Some crazy shit like that.
Call me bitter, I don't know how anyone can see what's happening and still believe in democracy. But I know that I'm just bitter.
We're captured by a two-party system that games against each other instead of wanting to push like what's actually good for the citizenry. So yeah, democracy, it's pretty much dead.
Well, I mean, that's always been the case, right? The US is built on this idea of political machining. You have politicians who go to their people, they tell them what they want to hear, tell them that they'll try to get them things, little gives me nuts for the population, who then go to the House and advocate incessantly for their own self-interest, and that transcends into basically every level of government. Nobody cares about the US population as a whole. Nobody cares about the country as a whole. Nobody cares about the future of the Americans. It's all about what immediately benefits my voter base. Not even the population of people who live in my constituency. Just the people who I believe will vote for me.
I'm only familiar with the last few
That will always
elections,
be true of democracy.
but I don't think that's true. I think it's consistently one party that is going actively against every value, every principle, and is constantly antagonistic against the other, so I disagree.
Well, I mean, like, the Democrats politically machine their populations, too. Just, they're not as aggressive once they actually win elections.
Well, they're more
which is good,
they're more
and that's
good
kind of how you're
faith
supposed to do it.
with their attempts.
Yeah. The system works if the participants are good faith.
I agree, yeah.
But democracy starts to fail when the people lose their own good faith. Because at the end of the day, who voted for Trump? A majority of the Americans. Majority of the electorate.
Well, I think it was like 49%, right?
I thought he had gotten a popular majority in the last election.
I think it was
But even then,
a plurality.
on the electoral.
Yeah, I think, what was it, like, hold on. Was it like 10,000 votes in each, swing state?
Oh
How
yeah,
many?
49.8%. 312 versus 226.
I'm guessing the rest of that original number, the percentile, was for the Democrats and the independents then, so I guess technically a majority.
Or non-voters.
Yeah.
Not sure non-voters too yet.
I don't know. My ideal form of government would be probably a centrist military dictatorship.
Oh my god.
Something akin to Singapore.
Is this a meme or?
I don't know. Maybe.
Maybe a meme. I don't know, you seem kind of lib-cucked there. I don't know how you would do in a dictatorship.
So
I
it's
don't know if I'd really call myself a liberal though.
There's this article that was talking about a shift of 121,000 votes across Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin would have had Kamala winning. So just 120,000 people. That's insane. What is that, like 40,000 in each state? Could have just like
Yeah.
flipped the entire election.
That's been both elections that Trump won were kind of like that. Even 2016, right? Like, it was like a few thousand people in the right state could have totally changed the outcome. Or in the right
Is that
few states,
true?
I mean.
Didn't he? Hold on.
How close was it in like 382, 8. Yeah, it was like 25,000 in Wisconsin. About 10,000 in Michigan. And oh, quite a lot more in Pennsylvania though.
Mhm.
A 100,000 in Florida though. And a few 100,000 North Carolina. Yeah, if Democrats don't get back those 3 states, it's probably over for them for a while.
It'll be much easier if you don't have to contend with outright lies about shit, but a man can
Outside of
dream.
what you guys feel the right side's like interference and biases, like what do you guys think is the biggest issue from within the party? You know, like excluding
The
like
Democrats?
yeah, like what do you guys think is the biggest like internal strife going on right now that's causing failure outside of like the Republican media
Being pussies.
portrayal of you guys? Like outside of that, like what's the left's biggest issue right now?
It's strictly just being pussies.
Or
Just
just
being
even like
pussies.
a lack of a cohesive, single, easy, popular message.
No.
Like, you know,
No.
Obama had his, Clinton had his.
What does Trump have though?
What was Harris?
Does Trump have a cohesive message?
Make America great again.
Are you saying slogan or message?
Kind of both. I mean, Trump's agenda is not cohesive, but the message that like, you know, we're abolishing the 21st century, we're going back in time, we're doing massive reform, like almost like revolutionary reform against liberalism. Like, that's kind of the message, I guess, to some extent, and it's, I mean, easily adoptable by basically anybody who wants to be a part of it, no matter how politically distant they actually are from Trump or from conservatism, broadly speaking. The Democrats don't really have this kind of easy buy-in because it's like all of these issues that, I mean, Democrats themselves have different opinions on because Democrats are a little bit more nuanced than Republicans are. Things like abortion or gun rights or environmental reforms, these things that Democrats have been preaching for a while, but don't really seem to be, I think, too much in the national consciousness as much as they were like 10 years ago anyway. Like Roe v. Wade got overturned, and like 10 years ago, if that happened, I unironically believe there would have been Democrats doing J6 if Roe v. Wade was overturned during the first Trump presidency.
Based.
Now, I mean, what happened?
What do you mean what happened?
Why don't Democrats? Well, I mean, it's like, why does it feel like nobody cares? Like back then, like there were like massive marches, there were protests. It seemed like people actually cared about these things. It seemed like people cared about like women's healthcare rights and the environment and things. But now it feels like, what are people like really marching around chanting about? Palestine?
Palestine, race-based, inter conflicts there. A bunch of other like pretty much meaningless shit. Like,
Doesn't even feel like people care about BLM anymore. When was the last time there was like an actual BLM protest?
They don't really.
honestly, I'm kind of glad because when you guys popped off with the BLM shit the first time down there, like we even had little splinter fucking copycat groups up here going and like torching churches and shit. It was wild.
BLM was not that bad overall. It was greatly over exaggerated. There's way too much attention focused on it. I don't know. Yeah.
You should never take the protests of the citizenry too seriously as like what they actually want to happen. It's more or less a way to like gauge how they feel about like certain things. But the actual protesters and like activists, like they don't really matter that much, and they'd probably shun it. People like Angela Davis are important to understanding race relations, but she should never touch power with like a 10-foot pole.
Yeah,
I don't know, man. We're all fucking human. We're different. We're all different, like colors. We all have different beliefs. We're all different shapes and sizes. You know, it really doesn't matter. We're all fucking people.
Only white people think this.
I'm just not gonna like hand wring about BLM shit after like MAGA can do the most egregious, disgusting fucking behavior and then face no repercussions or no shame or anything for it at all. Like, it's just not worth it.
I'm not gonna hand wring about it because I low-key support it. There is like a race issue in this country that whites who are like the majority power holders fail to address. And BLM was an outcry against the fact that these things are not spoken about ever.
Well, I mean, that's not what I'm talking about.
There isn't issues. I'm saying the mindset that I described is what we all should move towards. I'm not saying that's where we're at right now. I'm just saying my take and my view on it and how I hope people would go towards it, right? Like, I would just hope people would see people as people and treat them accordingly. But I know that's not the case.
Yeah, which is why people won't think it. It's like because people aren't just people. People are unequal. Some people are better, some people are worse. Like you wouldn't
Not
let
on the
like
basis of like the things you're born with. Like you're not inherently better because you were born white, but like or someone inherently worse because they were born brown or black. That's just not the case. I'm sorry to
maybe
say.
not on that simple of a level, but like wouldn't you agree that like these three groups of people are like fundamentally different in like different ways? Like
No, I
what you
think
like being
at the
born
end of
white
the
or black
day, we
dramatically
have the
changes
same
the outcome of
organs.
your life.
So on a physical level, I don't see much difference other than a varying of hue. We have the same organs, we bleed the same blood, we have the same fucking issues outside of like a few, like, you know, like I think sickle cells like almost predominantly in fucking like black people, for example. That's something that maybe, you know, that isn't the same physiologically, but outside of like certain sicknesses and like shit like that, like no, we're fucking the same. Is what separates us is culture and social shit, right? Like,
Sure, I
Yeah,
guess.
that's what I'm
But it's
arguing
like, but like, what does that matter if we're just like electing and downplaying people that constantly disregard that when it comes to immigrants that are being deported? Like, what's the point, I guess?
wait, when did I say anything close to that?
What do you mean?
Where did I ended up defending people getting deported on color? Where does that come into play?
Well, I'm saying that the signaling of we're all just humans and we all share like organs and like the color doesn't really matter and like everyone should just think this way when it's like we don't think this way because of such a horrible disdain that the current government has for these types of like considerations.
No, there have been racists longer than there's been fucking like any sort of like formalized government. Like what?
I don't think
Governments
so.
don't.
Not really.
You're telling me that your guys' racism spawned from your guys' government. You don't think there's been racism across time,
No, I'm talking
even before
about
your guys' like
no,
what?
I agree, but I'm saying right now I'm saying in this example, whenever we have a government currently that is deporting people like with no due process or anything whatsoever, like it's fucked. Like the sentiment doesn't really mean anything whenever the people that are in charge at the moment do not give a shit whatsoever about it, is my contention.
Okay,
White
there
people-
might be a plight that other people are facing because of their like fucking immutable characteristics. And I can sympathize with that. I can recognize that. I'm not gonna downplay that. But I don't think government doing that represents the opinion and the agreements of the actual masses.
It doesn't though.
Right? Like
Doesn't
on
it though?
on individual policies like this,
It
right?
doesn't.
Like I don't think just because somebody voted for Trump that they're cool with fucking Esteban over here being deported to El Salvador when he's from Brazil, right?
I
Like
think it
I
does
don't think anybody's good
though.
with that.
I think it does though, because I mean, like, what did the? I mean, I'm sorry, but like, we live in a republic. The people in power are the direct responsibility of the people. The people are responsible for their governorship. Ergo, they are responsible for the actions of their government.
No,
Like
well, I
we
didn't say
elected
not
them.
responsible. I said not in agreement with, because I'm sure there's people who voted for
I
Trump
mean,
that aren't cool with sending Esteban back to fucking El Salvador when he's really from Brazil, right? Like I'm gonna say there's
sure.
a chunk of voters who voted Republican that aren't cool with that, right? Like some people vote for people for different policies and reasons that align more than the other. So I don't think it's a sign
Sure,
off
but
of
how
from
much does
every
that agreement?
Republican.
How much does that agreement really matter if you're willing to like sell out your basic moral values because like I don't want to pay like higher taxes? Like it what does that really mean about like your actual moral stances or your society's moral like standing? It speaks to me of like a society that is like deep in moral decay, that its
Yes, I
population
would agree that
will
we're in a
elect
moral
egregious
degradation.
people and then like wonder why these morally egregious people do morally egregious things. Is the population retarded?
Yes.
I mean, yeah, but
Yes, we're definitely in a state of moral decay. We went from a very, I'd feel like we were trying to aim to be like here in the West, like a high moral, high trust society, right? And I think we're kind of failing on that within the last fucking 40-ish years overall.
I
Like
mean,
I
yeah,
think we were
because we
starting to
lie
get
to
there, and I think
ourselves.
we fell on our face.
Yeah, because I think we lie to ourselves, and us whites, we like to lie to ourselves about the nature of race. We like to pretend as if it's thing that we can just look past and that it doesn't matter, but it
Brother, I have
does matter.
friends of every background and belief, and I look at them all as my brother. This is what I'm not understanding here. Like,
I'm
how
not
are you going to
saying
say
that.
that
I'm
there's
not.
people that I never focused on the fact that, like, my homie's fucking brown or black or fucking Asian or fucking
I'm
an
not
Indian
saying
or
that like.
native. Like, I don't, that's never been a
I'm not
focus
saying
for
that
me.
because somebody is like of a different race that they are like somehow less human or that they are somehow less worthy. I'm just saying that because someone is a different race, they will have like a meaningfully different existence than I will. Like the path that they take on life is meaningfully different than mine in like a pretty like major way. And I would actually say that like if somebody like if you take like a white person and a black person, right? You can like there are certain chances of certain things occurring that are increased based on that one thing alone. In the same way that
Sure, and it
human and
depends if
women
they're in
are
a white
intelligent, I'm
predominant
sure.
country or if they're in Africa and a black predominant country, how those two groups are going to be treated differently. I'd
You could put
agree.
them
And
in
like
the
there's going to be
same
variance across the board, brother.
you could put
Like,
them in the
yes, I
same
agree.
zip code and the same thing will still be true. That these two people will experience life completely differently.
So that's what I'm saying. You could do that in the same zip code here in America, and you can do it in the same
Absolutely.
quote unquote zip code in Africa, and you're going to have the same level of variance and difference. And yes, I feel that every individual is experienced based on like immutable characteristics or maybe some like uh theological or what have you other choices would probably lead them to having a different experience. I'm not writing that off, but
Yeah.
me as a white guy, I don't see like I don't think that any fucking race is better than anybody else. I think everybody sucks. I think if you're going to hate one group based on a immutable characteristic, you're missing out on a whole bunch of people to hate. Okay. But I have
I
friends
mean,
of all sorts of colors, beliefs, and thoughts, and all my freaks, geeks, weirdo. It doesn't matter. Like people are people.
again, I'm
Like
not saying that we
regardless of
need
their
to
outer
hate
shell.
people. I'm not saying that we need to be very clear. I'm not making like a biological argument for like race science, and I'm not making the type of argument that we need to resegregate our society along racial lines. I'm just pointing out that us as whites need to understand that like we have a when we are born like a certain role, right, that is assigned to us as like a white person, and that has like a great impact on the trajectory of our lives. And then when a black person is born, they are given the same thing, but given a different trajectory. And that is like vital importance to understand this multi-ethnic republic or union of states or whatever. Like understanding that is key to understanding our own people and what future we want to build for all of them.
Well, I don't think
Because if we don't
Darkson really
understand the
disagrees. I think he was
No,
just
I
saying
think you guys are
earlier.
talking more about the melting pot versus the mosaic thing, right? Like I think Canada and the US deal with multiculturalism and like the how we look and handle all
Well,
that a little bit differently.
I
Like
thought your point
we
initially was just saying that like you're expressing your disinterest for both parties or both sides or whatever because you believe that ultimately the government interest isn't in the people and that you believe that all people are the same on the inside and you wish people would view them in such a way because they don't currently do that and that by doing that they are
Exactly.
disregarding the population.
100%. And people are going to be signing on with people that they don't agree with that go against their interests in some fields and others. And it's not a write-off of everything they're doing, but like trapped in the system which they are, and feeling like they have to participate somehow. This is how we end up here, right?
Yeah, and I
I'm
think
saying people have the same insights. They don't have the same mindsets.
well, I think he's also saying that he ideally wants people to have the same mindsets.
Yeah, I don't really know if that's like a achievable thing.
No,
Minorities
but
have these like separationist views because it's like vital to or like structuring their community. Like that's I think you can't really ask them to get rid of that and to adopt some other label that I mean, what do we ask them to adopt? American?
well,
That
no.
itself
So
is a half-baked idea.
have you ever heard of a fellow named Sylvester Laurier?
I can't say I have.
He's one of the original Canadian prime ministers, and he said something to the effect of, "We don't want people that are coming from abroad coming here to forget the land of which they came and their fatherland and their beliefs and things, but we also want them to try and become Canadian too, right? Like there is a balance point where, you recognize where you're from and you have a pride and love and da 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 for that, but we're all here trying to build something for our next generation, right? And we're trying to do better and be something different. So is it really that, like, if you're not telling people to strip their identity and their heritage, but you're asking them to try to build something and plant roots here with you, right? Like that's the whole idea and goal, at least up here. And that's what was expressed,
It's
right?
insane how Americans can have like a similar quote and then also do it better than Canadians at the same time.
Were
Absolutely.
you thinking of the Teddy Roosevelt quote?
I think it's Reagan. I
Oh.
put it in side chat.
I might be putting in something entirely different in a moment.
Where it's like you can become American. Like you can come from any country, and then whenever you come to America, you become American, and that's what's so unique about America is that, like, you can do that to no other country, and that we're unique in this way.
Yeah. Yeah. Very true. But to do that, we actually need to build an identity around American that is stronger than the identity around Black, white, Chinese, Italian, Indian, Russian, Irish, Scottish, and we don't have that yet. So we for the meantime, I think we need to contend with the fact that these identities do exist in conflict with one another, and we need to start working on building like an actual identity that encompasses, I guess, this noble goal, right? Because we don't have that right now. White people kind of say that they just consider themselves Americans. But when they interact with the world, it's not really like that. It's idealism. And we need something practical right now and an idealism to move towards, I think is my major contention. Because believe me, I want that identity. I think it's core to our survival on this continent. I just don't really think it exists at the moment.
Like the American identity.
Yeah.
I mean, do other identities really exist? Like, if you don't think that America has an identity, do you think that other nations have
Absolutely. It's not that I don't. It's not that I think that America doesn't have a national identity. I just don't think it's very developed. Like,
I think that it
yeah,
was.
You talked about
Japan.
like core principles and like common agreeances amongst the masses. Like, what are you saying
I mean,
when you
it
say that?
was kind of like around like white, like there's like a certain American identity that I think one could argue was built up around white people. And as the group of people who inhabited this country became wider and more diverse, and as our feelings on dynamic culture started to change, that itself kind of came into question. But I think like when you put the like how universally adopted is like the American identity versus like the Japanese or Israeli one, or I don't. There are few nation states in the world, to be fair. There are probably few countries that do have real national identities that correlate to their state. Um, who else would that apply to?
Would you consider India?
No.
No.
That was
Well,
quick.
just because it's not. Well, India is kind of like a multi-ethnic, multi-religious, multi-ideology country. So it's not like one
By what standard,
people's
though?
or like really. Like I guess when I mean nation state, right? I mean that one identifiable people, a nation, are in control of the sovereign powers of the state. And it's like relatively homogenous in that manner. Like I kind of don't think we're ever going to have like a American identity that achieves its set goals unless we can somehow establish that.
I don't know. I don't know much about the government infrastructure of India, but I feel like India would probably fit what you just said, right? Like the homogeneity.
India
and...
has states. It's not as
Don't they still have the
homogenous.
effing caste system, even amongst like most regions? Like, is that not
Well, I
something that
mean,
like?
some regions have straight up communist governments. There are like religious and ethnic minorities throughout the country who are represented in the government. The like even kind of like the Indian culture is like a little bit, to my understanding, like encompassing of like a broader set of people than just the like just the Punjabi population, I think the appropriate word is, although it might be a little outdated. I'm not too sure. I'm sorry if it's racist.
Don't be.
Like, are you talking about like Hindu and shit, or?
Yeah, like Punjabi Hindus aren't like the only people who belong to the Indian identity. And that's
No,
kind
they
of
have
why I
like
mean it's not a nation
Buddhists and
state.
they have
Yeah.
those Jainists, I think, are out that way too, aren't they? Like, there's a couple of different.
And then there's also Punjabi Hindus who have completely different like political ideologies and spiritual ideologies and everything of the sort. There are Indian states that have radically different political operations and economic operations than others. Israel is probably the best example I can think of a
Because
state
it's like almost
achieving.
like a religious ethno state almost. Is that what
I mean,
your
kind of.
idea for this sort of is? Because they all pretty much follow the same faith and are of the same like fucking blood and people.
Kind of, yeah. Like, I mean, if America was going to copy somebody's homework for establishing a nation state, it probably should be the country that does have a diverse population, but does have like a singular national and ideological identity.
So are you saying that we should go back to the times where the US was like a Christian sort of
Not
nation or
necessarily.
something? Because like you're talking about another Abrahamic faith, which you guys almost had the same sort of era, didn't you? You guys had a really heavily Christian political era.
I mean, to be fair, America still is like a nation dominated by, I mean, I believe majority Protestant Christianity. But it's not necessarily about like the religion, it's about the ideology of the people. Judaism, Christianity, Islam were like I guess ideologies before ideologies were like a thing to some extent, right? They laid out the structure for civilization, how communities and societies should broadly speaking be organized. The Jews have their Zion.
The Greeks
Because
had their philosophical shit coming and developing like 100 years before, and even concurrently with like Judaic and Christian shit.
yeah, but it
The
was also
Sumerians
tied to
had
their
a
faith.
yeah, I guess.
I'm just saying that I think that America needs not like a faith, like a national religion, but there needs to be some agreement between all of us on like what kind of ideology we're kicking up around here. Like, I'm not saying explicitly liberal or conservative, democratic republicanism nonsense, but like some basic idea of like what we believe and what we're fighting for. Because I like the word freedom, but I think it just sounds kind of hollow nowadays.
I feel like we had that though, and it's just been eroded.
Yeah. The word freedom, right? That was like what we were fighting against
Well, I
the
mean,
Soviets.
like the identity of America and the values and everything. Like I feel like it's been eroded recently.
And now it just needs to be built back up. And
Well,
I
how do you
think the
think a
Republicans are
country
trying to
of
do it.
like how many people do you guys have down there? Like in the
300
country as a whole?
340 million about, I think.
No, 307.
Okay, so how do you guys how would you picture
340.
350 million people coming to a sort of agreement or consensus on what direction we should be pushing the country into or what the values of the country are? Like how would you
They don't have to
go about facilitating that?
We don't need all the people to agree on it.
Propaganda, exclusion, diversion, amputation of antisocial communities and actors.
Ooh, so you're talking to top down, you're not even thinking bottom up. Okay, okay.
Well, that's what part of the being a republic is.
Yeah. Like people need to be told, to some extent, what to think. We all know this. I was taught in my history class like what it meant to be like a good American. It meant to believe in, I guess, like the free market and democracy and voting and all this stuff. And it's like, it is true that people need to be told these things to believe them in the same way that you need to teach a child about God for him to ever have the idea that he should believe in him.
Or in the same way that people
Like,
are told about Haitian immigrants or immigrants that are coming over and killing all the white girls and all this other stuff. Like they get told that and then they believe it and then they vote based on that. So just a similar concept.
Yeah, it depends on how it's used.
Yeah, it is like a drastic political measure. Don't get me wrong. I understand the severity of my words, but like,
I don't know, I
if
think
what
that-
we're setting out is to create like an actual nation of peoples who identify as like one thing, who operate as like one thing, then yeah, we need to be a little bit fierce, I suppose, with
No,
it. Or it's
maybe look
all
at the
for naught.
ground and see what's actually the populist opinion and what the people are like and wanting, right? Like I don't know.
No, not at all.
But
What
the people don't know what they
The
want.
people are retarded.
The people, yeah, they want
Oh, see, this is some elitist,
ponies.
educated, that fucking.
It's not. It's
No,
basic
Oh, no,
psychology.
no.
Wait,
No, I
Darkson,
think there's
I'm
no.
saying
I
this.
think I think that the majority of people would know the difference between right and wrong.
They don't. That's why they
Right? Like, I
just
think
elected
almost
Donald
everybody
Trump into
does.
office.
Oh my God, this sounds super
this.
jaded.
Wait, Darkson, I'm saying this as like the son of like you know, as the son of like a landscaper and like a gardener, right? Like poor people, rich people, middle class people, however you want to slice the population up, they do not always have their best interests at mind because individuals are emotional, they are irrational, and I include myself in this. I myself, like when I vote, I don't know if I'm always voting for what is really best for me or for my people, for homosexuals, for white men, for Floridans or whatever group you can put me into. But like that's why we're not like a full democracy. That's why we vote for people who are more educated than us, who we hope to make better decisions than we will in their positions, so that we can hopefully avoid the issue where if I was asked like what I think the corporate tax rate should be, I'd probably give an answer that would like destroy the entirety of the United States overnight, right? And I think most people would.
Yeah, but when you're talking about economic and that sort of thing versus the social and like fucking the spirit and idea of the country and like what kind of people your citizenry wants to be, right? Like, I think
I
that's
don't
a
think
little
they
bit
even know that.
different than an economic decision that affects like a million corporations across the country, right? Like,
Yeah, but
I don't even think the people. Sorry.
I was gonna say, but you agreed earlier that like when people voted for Trump in this last election, that they weren't even necessarily agreeing to vote for like what he's doing with immigration right now, but he
yes,
campaigned on it.
100%, and I'm agreeing with.
But he campaigned on it.
Yeah, didn't he campaign on something that was close to it? Didn't he say he wanted all the criminals and all that sort of people out? And so, people that were pro, like, get the people that are bringing, like, excess guns and crime and violence up here. Like, it wasn't like he was just said straight out, all the immigrants are out, right?
Well, he didn't say all the immigrants.
And
That's
he
why
said
he's
all the illegals.
yeah. So it's like if you
But
can't even trust the people to vote on the person that is doing the things that he said he would do, and they act surprised, like I don't know, I don't trust the general public to have
Yeah.
an educated decision whenever it comes to voting in anything basically.
I know so many people.
And I would agree that most people wouldn't do good on geopolitical relations or like deep-rooted economics or anything like that. But when we're talking about the moral fiber of the country you're in and trying to determine what that is, I don't think you can force that top down, right? Like that's almost like a Hitlerian thing where he tried to force his mindset and
Well, I mean, but
mentality and
it
fucking
worked.
social. It did not work. Yeah, there was many a factions. So there was many a German people that tried to take him out, right? Like, didn't he
And none of them
survive because of
succeeded.
a like? Okay, that didn't mean that there wasn't.
What are you talking about when
No,
you
wait,
say
are you gonna? Are
cultural?
you, cultural and sorry, in what sense and like which?
Well, because he was
In
talking about
which
the
use of
economy
it?
earlier as an example, and then I was bringing up immigration, then you
Yes,
referred to
because
it as geopolitical, so I'm just curious what you think about when you talk about cultural.
okay, so when I was talking about the previous reference to it is like the cultural or social fabric of like the people of the country, right? Like when we're talking about like what the guiding or uniting principle is or what the vision for the country is and like what everybody wants to like see it grow into, like that's going to be something that really that's going to be determined by the peoples and like I don't know if you're going to be able to force that top down. I think that's a bottom up thing,
Well, I mean, you
right?
kind of do
I
force
mean,
that top down, though, right? With the Constitution and the way that it's structured, our justice system is structured around that sort of concept
I
and the
think that
amendments to it.
supports the will and the like I don't know, like the whole thing with the Constitution was that it was supposed to be able to be amended by for the will of the people to serve them, right? It was a document that was intended to be revised like what every 7 to 15 years, something like that. Originally, like it was
no,
supposed to serve you guys in like what direction you guys wanted to go. No, it wasn't supposed to be this
it was not
concrete,
supposed to
immovable
be.
document.
The founding fathers, when they made the Constitution, it was made because our previous attempt at building a government resulted in like chaos and the near dissolution and collapse of the project, right? We made the Constitution to be a more solid foundation for a state,
Yeah, it's
and
supposed
we
to be
made it a
amendable, right? Like that's
yeah,
why
it's
you guys have the
amendable.
amendments, and it's
It
supposed
is,
to
but it's not
twist
supposed
and
to be
curve
totally
with
revised.
depending on the will and the direction of the peoples, right? Like, is that not the whole point and
I
spirit of
mean,
the Constitution? Am I
if the
wrong?
people wanted
I could
to,
be
but
wrong.
the founding fathers made it incredibly difficult to do what you're describing because they didn't want to live in a country where people change things up so quickly. They thought radicalism was kind of the enemy, like radicalism is the enemy of progress and like perfection is the enemy of peace. So that's why we have both a House and a Senate. So we have the Senate, which is like, the big brothers, they move more slowly, they're more professional. And then you have the House, who are more like the rabble rousers. The American system is set up to be disciplined and slow on purpose. Because when you have things going quickly, would later be proven like in France, when they had their revolution not too soon after, like when things move too quickly, things fall apart. But I mean, even to go back to what you were saying about like the cultural level, I know so many people in like horticulture who thought that when Trump was talking about deporting all the illegals, that he really just only meant the bad ones. They didn't think that it would mean that he would come after their workers, their friends, their family members, the people who they've worked with for like 5, 10, 20, 30 years.
Yeah, because they classify illegals
They
as
just
anybody that crosses the border because they technically broke a law or whatever.
Or just anybody who's in the United States on an expired green card. Even if they don't know, anybody who's, or even people who were born here, brought here as kids, have no clue that they're even from another country. That person can be deported, and like under Trump is probably a target for deportation. I mean, I've heard it from many of my peers that they did not think that this would be a consequence of this presidency. But it's purely because, I mean, they are to some extent ignorant of, I mean, these things. We care about them more than they do.
Yeah, what you guys are sounding like you're advocating for, though, is the absolution of the average everyman, and like going back to like the educated or aristocratic classes fucking dictating what's best for
No, it's just
the people,
advocating for
right?
the system that we have now.
Yeah, people should have a say, but their say should be evaluated and, I mean, taken into account when the government operates. But the people don't have a right to, I mean, come together all at once, tell the government to do something, and then have the government immediately do it. If the people want to do that, then they have to go through the ways to do it. They have to elect people, they have to debate others. Like, you know, we don't
But wasn't
live
the
in
whole
that kind
absolution of slavery and like the whole like other rights movements where we've had to breach through and do things, hasn't that been a gathering of people looking at the government and being like, fuck you guys?
It's applying pressure to our representatives that are the ones that are going through that process to change the legislation or create more amendments.
And also in almost all of those cases, they were never popular. The abolition of slavery was not popular when it happened, even if you took into account only the states that were, well, not at war with the rest of the United States. I think gay rights is like the one where there were like a few polls that had a majority supporting gay marriage in 2013. But I don't even really believe that most people really supported gay marriage when the courts ruled in its favor. Most people did not support integration. Most people did not support women's voting rights, I think, at the time that it happened.
Yeah,
but
but
it
that, what
happened.
I'm saying is that there's going to be individuals outside of the educated masses and these people that we were talking about screening everything that we've been have certain things people have had to apply pressure for to get rights for individuals that we saw just even outside of their system that the shit was fucked and wrong, right?
Yeah, but it wasn't the
Like,
people who advocated for these things. It kind of was the elites. Like the people who were abolitionists were not like Joe Schmo from Ohio. It was like a wealthy family from New Hampshire who like hated slavery because they were rich and owned an iron mill. You know, like it wasn't the people who were in favor of gay marriage. It was wealthy white homosexuals and their political allies, unironically. Like,
wait, so you're saying that there was no grassroots support and like fucking local support for
no, there is.
like
It's just not
localized and
the
like fucking
people in the way that you're speaking of it. These weren't like popular movements. These were movements that had support from institutions and elites, and because they took advantage of that, they were able to win. It's kind of the same with Hitler, actually. And that's not an equivocation, I will say, or a moral one.
I would partially agree with what you were saying about the on the ground stuff, but only in the sense of like, I don't know, I guess if you look at like the suffragette movement or whatever, like you're having the on the ground influence from a, again, like kind of like minor bit of the general public. But once again, they're applying pressure to legislators, and those legislators are putting in laws and amendments that have a top-down, like, wider impact, I guess.
Yeah. Also, on just like a side note about like the Hitler thing, just because I think it's a somewhat fascinating conversation. Hitler's rule by the time of the Night of the Long Knives was like very unquestioned. Like by the time that he had Ernst Röhm and the Sturmbannführung and like most of his political opposition killed, like after that happened, like his rule was like very, very cemented. There was not much opposition. There was not much meaningful opposition in Germany left to like oppose him. And his radicalization of the German identity was incredibly, what's the word? Efficient, I guess would probably be the best way to say it. Without actively, I'm not a Nazi, and I'm not saying this as an act of support. Just like he was able to do this because this is just kind of what
Permit
countries
me.
do when they're developing their identities. The Soviet Union did it, Nazi Germany did it. The United Kingdom did it when they bound England and Scotland together, arguably. And the United States did it when we bound ourselves together to our Constitution. Because even then, it wasn't like the people, it was the landowning elites.
I'm not allowed to talk, so.
That's great.
That's great. That's what I was wishing for.
We're talking about Hitler, you know.
Oh,
Anyway.
everyone's favorite. What was he? I don't know anything about him. An artist.
Indian.
He was a born again
Very
artist.
Indian.
Everyone's favorite Indian.
Hitler was actually a part of the Irish elite that controlled the world.
Hitler read the Bhagavad Gita and it changed his life for the worst.
I feel like he was like
His
in
real name
cahoots
is
with Walt
actually Adolf
Disney.
O. Hitler.
He's Walt Disney's father. Or is that just like propaganda?
No, his real name was
And
actually Adolf O.
Walt-
Hitler.
Walt Disney was alive at the same time
Walt Hitler.
as Hitler.
Okay.
Adolphus O. Hitler.
Yeah. He's actually part of the Irish elite that controlled the world.
True.
Yeah.
Also, I'm sorry, Henry, I do see you as King Harold from Shrek 2.
Why?
That's the nicest thing
I don't
you could say
know.
to someone. Who's
Because,
King
like,
Harold?
your name, like, Gathererold, like, Harold is kind of in there somewhere if I squint and, like, make my eyes go separate. And then, like, you kind of have, like, the vibe of Harold from Shrek 2 in, like, some ways. And that, like, I imagine that you would be, like, a very good, if slightly misunderstood father who would do anything
Is there
for his
any
daughter.
reason he couldn't be from like Shrek 1 or Shrek 3? Or Shrek
You
in 3D?
stupid bitch. Harold wasn't in Shrek 1.
Who the
And his
fuck
human
is
form
Harold?
wasn't in Shrek 3.
Who the fuck
The
is
king! A far,
The
far
king?
away.
Talking
Did you
about-
watch the movies? Did you?
Yeah.
It's Fiona's dad.
I don't think.
Fiona
Yeah.
had a dad?
Oh my god, bro.
Do you remember they have that fucking...
Yeah.
Everyone has a dad, idiot.
Listen. She was an
How
ogre.
do you not know this?
Why do I have to assume like basic like physics and like everything
No, this is the
applies
this
when
is
they're
like the
fucking
this is a
ogres?
major plot of the second movie.
Dude, they
Oh,
go,
but they
they
follow,
play
like,
the
regular
Funky
human
Town song.
dynamics?
They play the Funky Town song, and they go and travel to the fucking kingdom, and then they have that one scene.
Far, far away.
Yes, and far, far away, and they have that dinner scene where Shrek and the dad are going at each other, and they're like breaking the food really sexily and aggressively. You don't remember that?
That scene was that scene had some undertones
You
that I
guys
picked up on.
Masturbate
Did
to
you
Shrek
shut
way
the
too
fuck
often.
up? Shut the fuck up. Did you cry when you watched that scene with Gingy? And it was the big gingerbread man.
Yes.
Oh my god.
Be
Okay.
good. No.
Wait, hold on. There's a side chat. Hold
The
on.
movie had such an unbelievably fire soundtrack, though.
Yep.
I Need a Hero?
Yep.
Dude!
Then you had the fairy
I
need a
godmother.
hero.
Dude,
That one?
I would rewatch
Yeah.
that scene like over and over and over again just because of how fucking unbelievable that fucking performance and like, oh my god, peak cinema.
True.
Peak cinema.
Uh-huh.
Lord Farquaad's first name is Harold.
Lord Sharkquad.
No.
Oh my god, you don't know shit.
What?
Harold is in the second movie. Lord Farquaad is in the first.
Lord
Hark the Harold. Lord Harold's Farquaad.
And his first name is actually Maximus.
How would you know that?
Maximus Farquaad.
Because
That's
I'm
probably
I'm
from
a
a
I'm a
Shrek
student.
movie live.
Okay.
No, that's
Look,
not real.
this is how I can tell that you're old, because if you were my age, you would know all of this.
Wasn't it like they're making
What?
fun of like a former director or like owner of a company or something that they left?
It doesn't even make sense that you know more about Shrek, but you're younger. I should know. Shrek was my childhood.
Clearly
what is-
not, because you don't know anything about the plot of the movies, so I don't know. You're
I'm
sounding
sorry, I
really
didn't know
32
Lord
right now.
Harold Farquaad's first name.
Sounds like you didn't know him in
Fucking
general, motherfucker.
Yeah.
I know the entire song, you dumb cunt.
Which
we
song?
sang it in
Can you
mathematics
perform
class
it?
in
Can you
7th
perform
grade.
it right now?
Welcome to Duloc. It's a perfect place. We can open arms and we can have big face. We do this, we do that. We can look at our ass. Duloc is a perfect place.
Do they say that for real?
No.
No,
They
they
don't
show.
say
Well, it's
no,
like
it's implied. but I
Okay,
said it
yeah.
'cause it's
Yeah,
too
I thought so.
over-
no, it's like wipe your face.
Face,
Duloc
yeah.
is
I know I
Duloc
didn't say all the
is
words right.
Duloc
Duloc
is a
is a
perfect place. Snap.
See, I'm a Shrekinator. What is it? I'm in
A
the
what?
Shrekking.
Shrekinator.
The Shrekinator, yeah.
I'm a Shrek aficionado.
I'm just assuming like what people that are like obsessed with the Shrek like identify. Like everyone, like a furry, right? Like there's a term for everyone that's obsessed with something, and I'm like a Shrek.
Have
What
you
is a
heard of
Shrek enthusiast called?
Have you heard of Shrekfest?
Based.
Shrekinator.
That has to be some type of weird ICP thing.
I was gonna say I'm in the insane
No, they have
asylum
like a
for
fucking
Steve.
onion eating contest.
I say it every time, and I'm not joking.
There's a fucking
I'm-
onion eating contest at Shrekfest.
You see, if all white people just acted like they were like ICP fans, I would be cool with them.
Wait, what are they called again? The ICP.
The
people?
Juggalos?
The
Yes.
Juggalos. Wait, I can't.
That would be
wait.
best.
Pedophiles?
Insane.
No
Clown
comment.
Posse.
Alright, look, out of any fucking like subgenre, like subgroup or whatever the fuck, ICP people are always weirdly fucking wholesome, and it's really weird.
How do you know
Yeah.
one ICP person?
Because I live in Indiana.
What does that mean?
True.
And I'm a shitbag.
You don't even live near a town. Like, you living in Indiana should mean
I live
you
in the
know
only
less
town.
Juggalos.
Ashley, I don't really know if you know much about the world, to be honest with you.
I live in Kentucky and we have a lot of
The
them.
world.
I thought you
I'm
lived
jealous.
in Indiana.
Wait, do you live in eastern or western Kentucky, if you don't mind me asking?
There's only one town. It doesn't matter.
Where? Hold on.
Or that was.
I've always wanted to like live in eastern Kentucky. It just looks so beautiful
Why?
in those mountain lands.
There's big hillbillies you can fuck.
Yep, and that too. I like a
You
certain
feel
type of man, okay?
I'm north.
And Ketrel is that man right now, but Henry, you're next in line.
I'm north central Kentucky.
That's what you want.
Lord Henry Farquaad, I don you my child.
Lord
Name all
Maximus
your kids, like,
Farquaad.
the dumbest Shrek names.
Have you seen the thing like the fucking lead guy of ICP doing like a fucking video with his daughter about like this company that sold them a shitty fursuit?
Best.
Are they actually?
Wait,
a
so what
band?
is
I thought it was
like the
a cult.
pedophilia accusations against like ICP? Like, are they real?
Not really. I don't know. I don't think so.
I just wanted to call them that.
Oh.
I mean, listen. If you,
I know Davey
identify
Vanity's a
as,
pedophile.
I'm gonna be in the insane clown posse and not think you're a pedophile. Like
Hold
this
on, I'm
is
gonna throw this
pre,
in the
this
side
is
chat
pre
'cause
Brony. This is pre Brony, pre Shrekinator. This is like the original fucking freak. Of course they're pedophiles. What
I don't-
else would they be?
No, because I think
No,
actually the
they are
people who are
not.
most likely to be pedophiles are like the most normal people you've ever met. Unironically, this is true, and you can fact check it and take it to the bank.
Wait, say that sentence again, because I think
dude,
I only heard half.
I put the fucking video in the side chat.
Nar.
It's so
I'm not
fucking.
watching a pedophile video.
It's
Because
not.
then I'm gonna get my police
You're gonna get
department's
horny,
gonna
and
look
you
at
don't
my
want to do
history.
that.
I'm not in the mood right now. I'll watch it later.
I'll watch it now.
No, but like.
I'll watch it now.
As cringe as that shit is, he's a
furry
fucking great dad.
No, it reminds me of how Kevin Gates also has like a furry daughter, and he's done like videos with her. Which makes his earlier comments about how God should kill his children if he didn't start a car battery with his bare hands even funnier.
Brain talking to itself about how cool
This is it's my favorite video ever. Oh my god.
This mask was well worth the little money my dad
We're-
has. My dad
We're
likes
getting
to think that
Henry
he's
to
rich,
watch the
but my mom
ICP
says
video
he's been broke since
based.
the 90s. I wasn't even alive when my dad was rich, but I think this mask was very much worth the little money my broke dad
Sound
has.
plain
Mom
pussy.
says my dad could
Clean pussy. I don't know why it's such a.
This bitch has lost her
difficult
damn mind, bro.
way. The insane.
Don't do drugs, kids.
This string of words I can't say in general, but I thought I saw them first on Workaholics, and I thought it was like made up for the show, and then I realized like this is like a real cult of people that
Yeah,
like are
Violent
insane
J's.
clown pussies.
Violent J is legit one of the most wholesome fucking dudes.
rap better, he wouldn't be so broke.
All right, Rube,
I
all
don't know why,
right.
it's
They
just
get
so
it. That's
fucking
tapped, all
funny.
right? They understand that. But what
Is
we
it?
need to be talking
Like,
about
there
is
are,
that
like-
fresh mask. Because like you said,
This is a
Rube,
general
that mask
question, I'm
was
not
made
being
with
big.
quality.
Is it like
You want to
3
see a
people
mask
that
that was
make up
made
the
with
pussy
no
and-
quality?
Look
It
at
is-
this crap.
It's like it's a
I can't believe I even wore that.
based
Tell
rap
'em, Rube,
group.
educate these
That's
Okay,
it.
so it's
I
actually a
recently
rap.
got bit by a
This is
dang
what I'm
snake.
missing.
I trusted
Yeah.
it at
thought
first,
it's like a
but that was a
cult of
bad
people
mistake.
that are, like,
I
who
tried to
love,
pet it, I tried
like,
to make my
wearing
friend, but I
kiss
shouldn't have done all
makeup
that.
and, like,
Trusting
going
that
to
dang snake was
festivals
an
and
epic
being
fail.
fucking
Because that
freaks.
thing bit me,
But
and it
it's an
bit me hard.
actual
Right in my
rap band.
dad's
Okay.
pocket.
Yeah.
Ruby
This changes
ordered.
everything.
Listen, they're fucking fun.
No,
One
I'm not telling
of
you I wouldn't
one
have
of their
fun there.
lyrics. One of their lyrics is fucking magnets. How do those work?
Bro.
Bro.
Imagine a Labubu, but it has a north and south pole that is attracted
Do you
to
understand?
the
I'm
inverse of
adult,
its
I don't know
rotation
about Labubus.
and extends its like polar spheres.
Imagine a Labubu.
Another fantastic.
need to
Imagine a
make them
crumble
insane
cookie Dubai chocolate Labubu matcha ramen from Dubai.
with insane clown pussy makeup.
All right, here's another awesome lyric. A giraffe has a long ass neck.
Henry, what do you think the
Each of
Dubai
them
chocolate
poetry.
Labubu crumble cookie would taste like in India?
A Labubu insane clown pussy chocolate.
I don't even know how to conceptualize that.
Cookie. Is it too difficult, Henry?
It is.
It actually is. Like my brain is concocting a
I imagine it
ridiculous-
tastes like how Kevin Gates feels.
How does
You sound like the chills.
how does
guy.
he feel?
Number 11.
Number
Imagine
13.
how Kevin
Burger being
Burger?
boot lettuce.
Oh my
Babas
god.
being booed bomb on burger
Imagine
being
being
burger.
a
Biz bumbuddies basty butt bungus. Babas
Imagine
bit
being a
burns bout.
Labubu.
Bad bite be butt boo bit.
Okay.
That is the most targeted fucking lyric I've ever seen. You know the guy who operates the Rouge Drawbridge in Delray and Jefferson. Fuck him.
You know him. His name is, and he says like a very specific name, his entire address.
I think musicians should like dox random people more. Like
I
you should
agree.
like find the name of like your neighbor. Like if I was like Eminem, I would do this. I would like buy a town and like I'd buy like a house in like a small town, right? Like meet my like random neighbors, then write like a whole diss track on them. And
For
just like
no
make
reason.
everything up.
Yeah.
Like accuse them of being like pedophile serial axe murderers. And
They're
call
the
it like
boo-boo lovers.
Jane and Linda, the lesbian landscapers who own like 2 Toyota Tacomas.
They're leasing their house.
True. Retarded bitches.
So stupid.
They got mold in their refrigerator.
In the refrigerator.
And they didn't hear me out. They didn't take the trash out in time.
No, it's they
Bambi.
didn't take they trash out.
Are you even a fan?
No, this is how you make rap music and how you be a good rapper. You get rid of all the possessives from your language.
What's a possessive?
My ex-boyfriend.
Ew, you're a gay?
Well, actually,
absolutely hate gay people.
I'm more of the.
Wait,
I think I'm more of the possessive one.
you're gay?
Like, well, my boyfriend that I own.
Guys, I think it's time that I
He's very
embrace
possessive.
my truth. Okay, it's very hard for me to tell you all this. I'm a homosexual.
Wait, how did you become?
can't believe it's not butter.
I would never tell anyone about that.
About how you're a homosexual?
I honestly, I feel like I was born like my sperm. Like I am half sperm, right? We all are. I mean, you want to deny it? You're
As she
half egg,
currently
you're half
exists, she is half of just a giant sperm. Look inside
sperm.
chat.
I was a half sperm.
Base. I would buy this ICP Labubu.
Wait, I was an ICP sperm, and then it merged
Yeah.
with, like a gay egg. A gay egg.
No, you're like half like gay sun sperm and half like thought daughter egg, to be honest.
I just think
That explains
God.
so
Oh,
Right.
What if I was like, never mind.
Legs,
It could be worse, I guess.
legs busy as fuck, like Mr. Krabs' feet.
Ain't that right?
I don't get it because I'm old and I don't
Eat
get
up.
SpongeBob jokes.
No, she was old, by the way.
Eat up Monopoly and shit out Connect 4.
Wait. Connect 4? Is that a dating app? Wait, is that a polygamous dating app?
I met Malenko. He gave me 3 wishes. That night I fucked 3 fat bitches.
Actually, I feel like you're the kind of guy to hype up the
The
wrong
kind of
man.
guy is crazy. Kill yourself.
Weren't you like
kind of
half
guy.
like gay
Who's
egg?
going chicken hunting? We's going chicken hunting.
No, but my sperm was also half female, so that's what you don't understand. Like
Half
your
what
egg
else?
is
Woogie
Dog?
woogie woo, motherfucker.
What?
Half what else? Dog?
Whoa.
No, my
What race are you?
sperm. Me?
Yeah.
What race are you? I need to know the correct slurs.
She's egg and
Oh,
spoon race.
I'll accept any slur.
No,
I
I'm
don't-
just I'm
like,
judging
like,
I'm judging the dog joke.
What actual race am I? Okay, the dog race thing. Okay. I didn't get it. Is someone gonna ban me here? This is the longest I haven't been banned in like an hour.
I don't think they are.
No, you're doing like decent at like making sure you're not being too dominant, I think.
Why do you get banned?
Because they love her.
No, usually there's like the initial time was Durka who like passionately hates me.
The little
because-
Chihuahua guy?
Yeah.
He's a little bit of a what is it? He's like a jumping jelly bean, you know.
I understand. I'm well aware I can be annoying, but the second someone will call me out for being annoying, I'll be extra annoying, and he hates me. So he called me annoying.
Bitches
and
have ODD and pretend it's quirky.
Wait, look in side chat. Is this who you're talking about? Hold on.
Hold on, let me look inside chat.
Okay.
I know exactly what you're about to post, Henry. Oh,
Not gonna
not what I was
lie.
expecting, actually.
How did you know he was gonna post that? I thought he was
No,
gonna
I
post
thought he
that
was gonna
exact
post the
thing
photo he
himself.
made of Durka last night.
The one where he looks the exact same.
Like
Yeah,
he
true.
always looks the exact same. But he got mad, and then there was that John person that also hates me.
Who's John?
John is from DGG. Remember John? She's like transition, or he. I don't know.
Oh,
He,
I know who
she,
you're
they,
talking about.
them.
Well, no,
Wilma.
because she'll be like, I don't know. So I don't know the right term. I don't care. I am
He, she,
talking
her,
Male to
him, they,
female.
them. Screw a pronoun,
I
because
know,
everyone's
female
a
to male
retard
and
these days.
female to male, and also he is the
But then
pronouns.
she or he. I don't care. I'm gonna say she. She like lashes
Based.
out all the fucking time about like nothing, and then on DGG, like she's always like pissed off at me for like no reason, and then she's like, "Well, the difference between Ashley and Lana is like Lana's hot, like Lana's really annoying, but like at least like I could get through to her because like she's hot," and I'm like, "So this is your valid point about why?" Like I was already muted, so I couldn't say anything.
She doesn't like
at
your
this point, but
profile
I'm like,
picture?
I mean, I thought I looked hot, but
I think it's pretty solid.
Ashley is a very good-looking person as well. That's the ironic thing
well,
about it. I think none of them know what you look like.
I know, but like the thing, like you're gonna go for my looks, like go for me. Like I am annoying. I understand that, but like you're gonna keep calling me annoying. I'm gonna be more annoying. If someone just says like,
Actually, I think your problem is like, sis, you kind of got infinite aura because you can get the huzz Malden while geeking on the cruz, you know?
For real,
Kill yourself.
actually.
wait, and then I got banned in DGG for telling someone to kill themselves. But like they should have killed themselves.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm
Ashley,
on
after
the
you
ban
told
art.
me to kill myself, I don't know if you know this, but I'm actually like a minor with a
You're
mental
huzz
disorder and
on
like
the
suicidal
internet.
ideation. So like, I actually am gonna go hang myself. Darkson, can you ban her?
No, I didn't just like straight up tell someone to kill themselves. They were saying like some like unhinged bullshit. I'm like, all right, just fucking kill yourself. Like clearly I'm not saying like I want you to actually die, but I was defending like they were bullying someone for like 2 hours, and I was making a point that like even if the person is a racist cunt, like as an adult bully, don't you know when to stop and it's not interesting anymore? And they were like trying to prove that. I'm like, all right, just fucking kill yourself then. And then they timed me out for that. I'm like, are you kidding me? This motherfucker says the N word, and you timed me out for like making I thought a valid point. Maybe it wasn't valid. And I am open to like someone like giving me valid criticism, but it's more like no one is willing to do that. They're just like, oh, you said something I don't agree with. Bye, bitch.
My only real
See, like,
criticism of you is I think you need to like leave spaces in your speech for like others to respond and then bounce off of what they're saying. Because I think you're just somebody who likes, I don't think you're someone who likes to annoy. I think you're just someone who likes to talk to people. You just need to optimize your speech so that you can have, I think, more fulfilling conversations.
I agree. And I do have them, but usually people don't like I think I like listen, I usually come on
You're probably
Discord,
better in smaller groups, to be honest.
smaller groups for sure, but and yeah, if someone like fucks with me, like I have no chill. Like I fuck back and I go like but like I'm at the end of the day, like I am a nice person that doesn't want to like hurt anyone's feelings. But if you're gonna be a dick to me, I'm going to be like
Yeah.
absolute cunt back to you. But I agree. I know I'm annoying, right? Like, and I'm not good at like
Can I just be real for like a moment?
Conversations. But
I feel like the problem with this server is just like we are having like a great replacement where like DGGers are like overthrowing the like beautiful population of the server
the
and like
beautiful
replace
Is that why?
the beautiful certain types of people.
Is that why Pompish was like throwing those accusations at me?
I'm not about to
Probably.
Okay.
Like because Pompish is like he's like a DGG immigrant, so like he was kind of trying to like have you like killed with a machete in a type of proverbial way.
See,
I'm
like,
like
my problem with that group is, it's like they're bringing all the drama from over there here.
What? What drama?
What? Drama. I think people take the drama a little too seriously.
Too seriously, yeah.
If someone's a pedophile, like
Just
get 'em
let him
out
be
and,
a fucking pet.
but
Oh yeah, get him out.
everyone want no.
True.
Be a pedophile is crazy. Get them out, but everyone that wants to keep rehashing it and like giving their opinion and then arguing about that and be like, "Dude, you're a pedophile defender. You're a pedophile abuser." Like if you just like get rid of the actual like people that are actual fucking insane clown pussies, like get them out.
Get the pedophiles out of here. They're taking our fucking jobs and they're raping our women. Or girls, I guess.
By the way, anybody in DGG is one of them, by the way, is just all I'm gonna say. I think DGG is ran by a satanic cult who is trying to use pedophilia to bring about the end times and the Antichrist.
And I am not a DGGer.
There you are.
So, no, I'm not. I'm permanently banned. So.
I can
I'm
hear
in
it.
there, but only because my friend Brady is like.
only because I was
there.
forced to stay. I didn't even want to be there.
I got in a way my like whole group is like a not a splinter off DGG, but like way back on like Twitter in like 2022 there was like a DGG group chat that I was in, and that spawned a Discord server, and my group splintered from that server.
You're OP.
No, because we're actual like friends. We weren't like internet people. Like we all like know each other.
But so you knew each other in real life and made an internet
We
group.
came to know each other. Like we met off of like DGG Twitter, but then
so
we
you
like
are
started hanging
internet
out
friends.
in real life.
What do you mean?
Well, no, because like we were internet friends and we transcended it.
Okay, I'm just saying, internet people that became your real friends, but they came from the internet. I was to say, if you and like your
but like we're all like real people.
For DGG, that's crazy.
No, but the difference is we were like all real people. Like I had my real friends, like my IRLs too,
I'm
who like I
real.
would go and party with.
Ashley,
So
are you fictional?
You're a girl and I'm a girl. We're not real.
True.
I'm anti.
Well, your rights aren't anyway.
I genuinely don't think women should be able to vote.
Yeah, I think you just proved that by saying woman.
Woman.
No,
I am looking forward
wait,
to.
that actually was right. Woman, like the entire group of women.
Women.
Okay,
The
I don't
entire
care
group
how-
of women.
You can pronounce it however the fuck you want. It's a woman or a group of women. I'm saying it
A
correctly.
group of women.
What do you mean
Women
women?
and women.
Henry, don't you think these feminoids are like acting up a little bit? Shouldn't we go tell their husbands what they're like doing right now?
My
what
boyfriend
husband?
is current.
I'm married to the
Yeah, I got a
insane clown
fiance.
pussy.
Not a husband though, right?
Well, we're married.
Up top.
but he's not my husband. Up top.
Send me photos of yourself so I can turn you Indian ASAP.
I don't need to send you photos to be Indian. I can turn Indian whenever I want.
Turn Indian right now.
Imagine that's your superpower.
I was like, oh my god, this is everyone gets like, oh, the power of like
India.
I was gonna say charity.
Actually.
Shut up. Like
Wait, I have the power of Island
the power
behind
of being
me.
charitable. And I get the Indian power. Forget it. It's not fair.
You know, actually, I do have like a real
Well,
life
actually-
superpower, and I'm an actual superhero. I
It
can make
wasn't
my
with
I
your
can make
actual
my
real life friends that you actually met on the
yeah,
internet.
and by the way, my actual real life superpower, I can turn my farts solid.
I can turn any straight man gay.
Can you turn them Indian though?
Fuck.
I mean, if
Yeah.
I eat if
He
I
can
eat enough
turn-
Taco Bell, I
He
can.
can turn any straight man gay, but it's like a monkey paw situation where they also turn Indian.
Monkey ball?
True. Do you? Oh my God! I remember one time I accidentally slept with this Indian dude, thinking he was like a Mexican.
Accident. Jesus.
Didn't you?
That might be the
well,
most
they do
racist
have,
thing
like,
I've said like
word deficiency.
all night, but
In the last hour.
Deficiency.
in the last few minutes. But like it was like I had literally this was like before I had a car, right? I was like one of these like homosexuals who like did not have a license, did not have a car, could not host, could not travel. But I got an Uber to this dude's place because he looked cute, and then I was like, oh no, he's an Indian.
Wait, was he Indian?
He was, yeah.
Did he have
And
a
even
Toyota
worse.
Tacoma 2006?
No.
It gets
But
worse.
like
He didn't even have a car.
even worse, it does get worse because like look, I like it a little bit rough, but he ended up slapping me like right in the ear and I ended up like having tinnitus for the day.
God. It's like the worst ever.
This is
Can't
why
believe-
God hates homosexuals, by
think-
the way.
Do you
Because
think
we do
that
things like those.
He only did that because he's Indian and not maybe like autistic.
I mean,
You
definitely.
fucking rough.
One, I don't get.
fucking hit your ears so you can't hear anything.
Yeah, no, like definitely because like I've like
That's why I won't.
there
fuck
was this
gay
one
guys.
Venezuelan
They're
dude who
all
would
out
do it,
here
but he knew how to
slapping
do it because there's like a balance of like you slap someone like a little bit lightly enough to like move their head a bit, but like not hard enough that like it's like jarring and you don't like hit their
That's
ear.
like hit their cheek, not their ear. Like
Yeah.
that's not hot, okay?
Yeah, no, now you're just being like retarded and now like I can't hear anything.
Wait,
And
did you
actually
play dead? I usually play dead.
no,
when I'm-
after that I was like, you hit me like after that I'm not joking. I got up, got dressed, and like I was like, I'm sorry, this isn't gonna, go anywhere else.
Sorry that I can't hear you, but I have to leave.
Yeah, no, something like super important came up. Like I need
have
to
a
like go be
bachelor
around
party
like normal people.
When you smack the shit out of me, I just remembered I have an event that I have to go to.
Yeah.
I've done that before, but like obviously joking. I'm like, oh, I have a big work meeting. It's like 2 a.m. I was like, okay. I'm like, yeah, I obviously just don't want to stay here. So bye. Bye. I'm kidding. I don't have a work meeting. But call me later. I won't be able to hear it because you hit me in the ear, you Indian freak.
Jesus
Oh my
Christ.
You would say that, by the way. Just so you know.
We're talking in Minecraft. We're not talking about like actual Indians. We're talking about Native Americans. Okay.
Oh no, I'm talking about actual Native Indian Americans
Yeah.
from Minecraft.
who are not a protected class, so it doesn't matter.
Can they even vote? Wait, that wasn't that funny. You misunderstood. Please remember, I'm a girl. I don't have a sense of humor, and I'm annoying. Thank you.
Well, no, women have a sense of humor. They just don't have like a sense of reason.
Wait,
I don't have either.
Or
What do I
purpose.
do?
Yeah, what? Why are you giving us allowances we don't deserve?
Or a good sense of what men they should be with.
I think
Hey,
that men should...
I've got a funny guy that I'm with. He's
think-
funny.
I think that I'm with like any guy that messages me. So like I assume we're in a relationship, and then like I'll like get really angry if they don't text me like good morning. And I think that's
Ooh.
why like my relationships don't work out.
No, that's not
Like,
why.
No, girl,
Come on.
tell me if I'm like
I'm
the
kidding.
problem or if I'm just like straight up retarded, right? My last boyfriend, who I dated for like I think about 2 months, right? I took this dude to Savannah. I paid for our hotel, for
Savannah,
our
Georgia?
meals. Yeah, because it was like a few hours away. But like I paid for our hotel, our meals. I bought him like a flower vase and flowers and chocolates and croissants, like when he was like
Wait, while
struggling
you
with
were
his
in
like
a
college stuff.
I never had
right?
anybody buy me flowers before, by the way.
Yeah,
Just
because
so you guys know.
I absolutely.
Well, I
hate
did
when
all of
guys
this,
give
and guess what?
flowers.
I go to a conference in Atlanta, right? For like a few days. And he breaks up with me. Like right
Why?
before I go. He's like, "Look, I'm sorry, but like after I met your parents, I just got the sense that we wanted
After I
different
met your
things."
parents.
Yeah, literally, I introduced him to my stepmom and dad, right? And
Wait,
it's
that's
like,
the worst reason. He should have lied. You can't say that to someone.
no, especially before I go into a conference. And so I go to this conference having just been like kind of broken up with, but he's still like I still don't really know if we're
He's still
together. So
willing
like
to
the whole
fuck.
time I'm in Atlanta, right? I'm getting messages from like basically every gay guy who I've slept with before. And like it's not like where I live in Florida. Like these men are actually hot. Okay, and I have to say no to basically every one of them. But eventually I get to a club, I drink enough, and then I end up going home with this Saudi dude who's really cute.
Like he's Indian, like Saudi.
No,
Indian?
Saudi Arabian.
Oh,
No, it's understandable that you get those mixed up. It's okay.
Yeah.
yeah.
But then when I go home, he's like, "Yeah, no, I'm sorry. We're like actually like done." And I was like, "Okay, well, you did borrow a book on my library card, so if you could return that, I would greatly
The
appreciate
fact
it."
you have a library card and the fact that
That's
he
the
borrowed it
gayest
and couldn't get
shit.
his own is genuinely the gayest fucking
Literally,
thing I've
and
ever
it's
heard in my
and guess
life.
what book it is? It's Three Body Problem by
It's the
Sijin Lee.
Bible. It's a Saudi Arabian Bible.
It's the Quran.
And you get calls from the library.
Man,
Like, you really need
if
to
women
return the Quran.
No, this is where it's like I really should have just smacked him for like trying to break up with me, to be honest.
Right in the ear.
That would have made him stay.
Just physically abuse him a little bit.
Yeah.
Bro,
Give him a good
you said you were
old
with
Buster
him for-
Brown. A
you were
knuckle
with him for, like, 2
sandwich.
months?
Yeah,
You
for
were
like 2 months we were like dating, and then like he ends it because it's like, well, I don't really want to be boyfriends. Now, admittedly, he wasn't actually like a citizen, and he was like only in the U.S. for like
You should have
the
deported
next few
him.
months.
You should have deported him
illegals?
as soon as he broke up with
No,
you.
he's like he is here legally. He is here legally.
Doesn't
but, like,
matter.
He's like
Doesn't matter anymore.
true. I
You
should
should have
call
held that
ICE.
over his head and said, "If you don't stay with me,
Yeah, true.
True. Look, bitch, you
you
need this
can't
green
break up
card,
with me 'cause
okay?
you're an illegal." And I'm gonna tell everybody how fucked up. But okay, here's what
I'm
I
just
would
mad. I
say.
dropped like $2,000 on this dude in total over
Well,
2 months.
that makes you a dumb fucking cunt. I'm not gonna lie. to you.
You know what? True.
Like, I'm sorry, but I do think you might be someone like
Dick is never worth it.
for me, like being in a relationship, I have to like be like talking to you for like 2 years already. Like I feel like you kind of were in the talking phase and like agreed to relationship and like then found out like during the like kind of getting to know each other phase that like
I mean, I do this with all the guys I date though. Like the last
You're
guy who I
fine.
tried to date was this like, well, okay. So you know like how sometimes you meet like a retard, but like it's like a really, really cute retard.
it's a retard that could
Is that me?
fixed up.
Did you just describe?
No, so like this was like the kind of dude who
No, you're
I'm
not
like sure
cute.
wears like SpongeBob
Yeah, I
SquarePants
know.
underwear, right?
No, you
Like
are.
it's like that kind of thing. He loves like Five Nights at Freddy's music. He is a full grown adult. But, like he was like
He's a
pretty
big
hot,
dumb
right?
pussy.
Sturdy, like
Fuck
grown
you.
man, like muscular, right? Really cute, like really into like video games and like nerd shit. Like I took this dude on 3 dates and I ended up dropping like $200 for like a dinner date that our 3rd date together. And it was at that date where he told me like, actually no, I don't have any feelings for you. I'm sorry.
Wait, how old are you? Like this is not like a like
I
care
did this when I was 23. When I was
Okay.
23, I think, or
I
22,
would
I can't
never
remember.
order something that would rack up to that much money either on a date. Like $200 dinner date at 23. Like
Look, I'm very
Oh.
much like an emotional top, like
what's the
and kind of a sexual one too, where it's like I will pay for like your food,
Hit him
I'll
with the
like pay
left
your
and hit him with the
bills,
right.
but like hit you with the left, hit you with the right.
hit you right in the ear, bitch. You
Just
mean
slap you
Indian.
right in the ear and be Indian.
Sorry,
yeah.
how do like how, why are you turning everybody Indian?
If I
No,
had that superpower, it would actually be so over for
It-
Asian
It
people.
was
I would turn every
Jesus.
Chinese woman I saw into an
You're gonna
Indian.
fly straight out to Asia and turn everyone Indian. Just slap them.
I'm gonna go to Beijing, sit on the top of like the Beijing like Forbidden Palace, and just like cast my magic spell.
That's
turn
how
the
we,
whole city
dude.
of
It's
Beijing
like it's
into-
like
You thought you could silence me, Byron? I don't know why I named your ex Byron, but
you could save
Be watching
Taiwan
on TV.
by turning all of China into
True.
Indian men, and then it's like Pikmin. They're gonna be like the greatest soldiers for Israel, and like Donald Trump.
Bro.
They're gonna have
Wait,
India and China.
imagine Indian Donald Trump. Donald Trump.
Donald Trump, more like Donald Dump.
Whoa.
Yeah. What a loser. Yeah, you
Listen,
can't be
I
saying
have-
that.
He's a gay.
Look at side chat.
I don't think he has the wherewithal to even know how to be gay. Fucking Donald.
Harold, this is literally a gif of me, by the way. You're
Okay,
like basically
so-
doxing me.
No, you're bald.
Well, that's
So-
mean. Okay,
Oh, I
damn.
can't. Listen, I was gonna show you guys something beautiful, but I
I
can't
did
in
used
the
to have
channel.
hair.
But
Whoa.
I have something called. It's called The Beautiful Poetry of Donald Trump.
You know who
Okay.
really should have not? You know who should have doubled down from the liberals? Kathy Griffin.
And just actually killed him.
Behead him.
Yeah.
Yeah, to be honest.
On Newsmax.
So I've got a beautiful haiku from
Bless
Donald
you.
Trump. It's called Sad Sack Rosie, a haiku.
Bless you.
That ugly face. She talks like a truck driver. She got no talent.
True.
Is this Rosie O'Donnell?
Yeah. So that's the haiku.
Bless
Wait,
you.
do you know the first song I downloaded on LimeWire was Rosie O'Donnell featuring Elmo, A Christmas Carol?
It's her in her infamous role of the retarded woman with Elmo.
So there's this poem. This is
I'm
a
not even
one-line.
kidding.
This is
That
a
was the first
one-liner
thing I
poem.
downloaded. I'm like, Mom, look, I got the Elmo song for free.
This is called Slowly the Hair Dries. It's a process that can take up to 18 months and 2 years. Okay?
Okay.
Then there's
okay thing is a little
there's everybody loves me. So Tom Brady loves me. The people of New York, they love me. Upstate New York, I'm like the most popular person that's ever lived. The bikers love me.
They got her. The Mossad
You
got
know
her.
who loves me?
Are those
Tea
the New
Party,
York bikers?
the evangelicals. My children could not love me more if I spent 15 times more with them. The vets love me. The African Americans love me. The Asians love me.
Indians.
Many Hispanics who love me. Most conservatives love me. Society loves me. You're all going to love me, or I'll spill the beans on your wife.
I stopped listening.
So, I believe this poetry book is made out of Donald Trump's tweets. If you're
Did you get
wondering.
it from the library? Did you borrow your boyfriend's
The Library of
I got from
Congress.
Amazon.
The fact that your boyfriend borrowed your library card. What is he a felon that he can't get his own library?
No,
card?
he was like he wasn't like a resident.
Yeah, he's
of
just
the
illegal.
US at the time.
Oh, okay. I forgot.
Or he
that
like he
part.
didn't have like an ID. He didn't have like an American ID card.
No, he's
but
just
he was,
coming
like,
over here
legally.
uninvited, stealing our fucking library
True.
cards and everything, you know?
Stealing our library
Stealing my
books
books.
Yep.
when we're
Yeah.
trying to read. We're in the middle of trying
The
to
worst thing I've ever done for a man is I wrote a man a poem as like a love confession once. Oh my god. You
Yeah,
need
that's-
to listen to me, bro. Never do shit for a man. Never buy no man no flowers, no chocolate. Never buy no man no vacation. Never write no man no
Did you say
poem.
Novocaine? Don't buy a guy Novocaine. Let him
Don't do that
stop
either,
it.
but I was saying no vacation. Like, never buy a man
vacation.
shit, bro. These moids ain't worth it. Period.
You know,
You're
I've
not,
never.
you're not
like-
wrong, but I think that you've
Ashley?
overspent. Be quiet, Bambi. No,
No,
go
I
ahead.
need to ask you something. Have you ever had a man buy you flowers?
Nope.
I'm telling you, I've told guys, I've been brought flowers. To me, they smell like a funeral home and they die. And to me, like flowers are like depressing. I don't like it. I appreciate the gesture, but I've told guys I'm like, I get you're trying to be like sweet, but like I genuinely like flowers give me anxiety because I'm like they start wilting
What the
and it
fuck
makes me
are you
depressed.
talking about?
And no, have you gotten flowers? They
She
smell
likes
like
chia
a funeral
pets.
home. No, they smell like a funeral home. And I'm like, this reminds me of death. So you brought me something that reminds me of death, and you're very sweet for it. Just don't do it again.
It's like a cat bringing you like a mouse that's still partially alive.
But I've never had flowers bought for me. Like, you know? And I'm just like, well, that's
what's
kind of
your
weird.
address?
This is sad.
Flowers, bitch. You'll never send me your address. If I knew your address, bitch, you'd have flowers. Well, probably not. Well, yeah, it's a reasonable hour.
If I
What's
had your address, bitch, you'd be dead
my
or
God.
something.
You about to? You
It's
about
6
I'm
p.m.
selling your house out like a funeral home. You're gonna get lilies. You're gonna get a white lotus. You're gonna get.
Yeah, at your fucking funeral, bitch.
I don't know why I'm acting like I'm from the get. You wanna get mother? I'm so ghetto.
Finish it. Go. No, keep going.
Girl, I'm so ghetto too. I'm literally drinking water right now out of a body armor bottle.
I don't know what
I'm so hood rat.
a body armor bottle means nothing to me.
It's like vitamin water, but for straight guys.
You mean like body armor? You mean like
a Kevlar
No,
vest.
Harold knows what I'm talking about. Yeah.
the brand like Under Armour? I don't know what it means. I'm not being funny. I don't know what it means. You have to say something. I mean, I could keep performing now. For my next act, I will continue talking. Hey everybody, thank you for coming out to my performance. I have a lot of things I'd like to go over today. Bro, if I ever tried to do stand-up, I think like I would just do a live suicide. Like I don't understand how people can stand there and be like, I'm funny, right? Like I could like say dumb shit all day on Discord and like half of it isn't funny. But like saying it on a stage and like you just wait for people to laugh and then what if they don't? I don't know. It's hard
You know
being a
who's not?
comedian.
You know who's not funny? Me.
Me. No, but you know who's
I'm
prettier?
the not
You.
funny
You know
one.
who's prettier? You.
I don't know about that one.
That means
No,
she
you are.
agrees. That means she agrees.
No, I'm making light about Starkey saying that, which is just like
Wait, did Starkey say
beautiful.
that?
Huh? You were there. Like
I
actually,
forgot.
You know what? You know what? Well, Bambi's prettier than you.
Whoa.
Wait, did
I'm like,
I can't even
well,
remember
no,
this. When
she
did this
is
happen?
beautiful, but the fact of the matter is you're only saying this to like try to make me upset. And I'm like, why would I be mad that someone else is pretty and probably prettier
It's
than
like
me?
that's
but,
not
like,
okay. If somebody's pretty, like they can't help that. I would rather be seen as more intelligent. No offense.
Well, no
I'm not
one's
saying
ever
that
wanted
you're
to
not.
be that way, Bambi.
Intelligence is
Yeah,
like
no.
actually
Take
kind of
the
a
pretty
weakness. It
and
makes
move
you
on.
retarded and like sad.
Take
But
the
I'm
truth and move on.
pretty and I'm stupid and I'm happy.
I'm
And
prettier than
you're
Tom.
intelligent and you're not.
I'm smart, you're not. Ha 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 ha. No, but she had like after that, even like I forgot why it came up, but we were talking about like me getting like plastic surgery, and Starkey just every single room in DGG, she always just pops up wherever I am, and I'm like, wait, so she's like giving her opinion about me getting plastic surgery, and I'm like, wait,
Why do you want plastic surgery?
do you hold on? First of all, I'm getting a nose job and a chin
You don't
implant.
need it though.
Okay, it's not about I do the nose thing is because I have a deviated septum. I need it.
Okay, that's
And I'm like,
fair.
if you're already in my fucking face, like you might as well like clean up the like my major insecurities. But I'm not getting it because I need to look pretty. Like I'm still gonna sit in my bedroom and play like Donkey Kong Ultimate Bonanza alone in my room and not put my camera on and still be insecure. I'm not getting it for that, but I was talking to I think it was even Tech W he's like, genuinely, Ashley, you are pretty, you don't need it, whatever. And I'm like, I'm just saying, like, I don't think it's like that big of a deal to like he's like, but and then Starkey like pipes in and Starkey's like giving their opinion. I'm like, do you understand? Like you call me ugly, fat, and old like every time you see me, so I don't want to hear your fucking opinion about me getting plastic surgery. Like I I don't understand like why I would listen to Starkey, but I don't think that like getting like additional things, yes, that is like unnecessary and it is like a moral dilemma. Like, oh, I don't really
Yeah.
need it. But, like you're already going into my fucking
Okay, I'm gonna hop off. I'm super tired, but thanks for hanging out.
Hair. I don't think men should really think too